So, we are recording this meeting with your consent, and I would like to walk you through the reason why we are actually doing this. The occasion, of course, it's clear. 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, the first planetarium projector was constructed. Right now, 100 years ago, people were already busy working on the elements. And in the year 1923, the first planetarium projector in the world was completed. The first optomechanical night sky projection took place and was presented to an audience. 2 years later, the first planetarium opened on May 7th, 1925, the birthday of the first planetarium. And now we are approaching the 100th anniversary of these events, and that is the reason to not just celebrate, but to actually use this occasion to promote planetariums in the world. Oskar von Miller at Deutsches Museum was the initiator of all of our current profession. He conceived the idea of presenting the night sky in this way and worked on the concepts with engineer Walter Bauersfeld at the Zeiss company. And looking back, what was at the root of the projection planetarium were two earlier technical developments. One, mechanical planetariums, which showed the movement of planets using mechanical means, like the famous Isinger planetarium much earlier. This was translated to a similar display at Deutsches Museum in this time, called the Copernican planetarium, meaning the motion of the planets according to Copernicus around the sun. And the second one, and this is the one that of course we know today as the planetarium, has its roots in, well, representations of the night sky that showed it as a sphere seen from the inside, like the famous Gotthard globe much earlier in northern Germany, still to be visited, a replica that can be enjoyed as the princes did it in that time, and Chicago's Atwood sphere, which gave a much more natural representation of the night sky, but without projection, both of those. And now to put the gears of the mechanical planetarium inside the dome and employ it to drive the projection, that was the novel concept, which was subsequently known as the wonder, the miracle of Jena, as people called it, because there the first public presentations took place on the roof of the Zeiss factory in 1924. Bauersfeld was not just a genius engineer in developing the first projector, but also in developing the construction of the dome. So we have some key dates. In September 1923, the first light of the first projector took place, but not in a demonstration, just a technical demonstration. On October 21st, 1923, the first actual presentation took place, and this is, in our view, the starting date of the actual anniversary, because that was the first public presentation, and this is what planetariums are, of course, all about. And in 1925, as already mentioned, then we have the first planetarium that opens the actual birthday. Further on, down the road of the history, novel invention followed suit, like the first dumbbell-shaped projector in 1926 in a planetarium that has long been closed in the meantime. Planetariums opened outside of Europe. The first one, 1930, the Adler Planetarium in Chicago, and on all other continents, planetariums followed. Just Antarctica is still a no man's land in this regard. Maybe we can work on this during the Centennial. And new companies entered the field, new technologies enriched the field. New technologies such as portable planetariums, laser projection, or quite new Domecast presentation. All of this should be celebrated. So we should not look back and say the events 100 years ago are those that are now in focus, but all of this, the entire history is it, that is in the focus of this Centennial celebrations. So then the question was, some years ago, how should we celebrate it? Should there be a short event? Should there be a little bit more? And it was quite clear, if I can cite our, at that time, just fresh new president-elect, Mark Subarao, this should be big. It should be stretching over quite some time. It should encompass many events and many projects. So in that year, in 2018, the Centennial Working Group was founded. And the first thing that we agreed on was that the anniversary should actually be celebrated, not just on one day or in 1 month, but over quite some time from October 2023 to May 2025. The opening event on October 21st, as a cornerstone in the middle of this time span, the IPS conference, which will, for the first time in the history of IPS conferences, come to the, well, in some way, home country of the profession, and will be held in Berlin and Jena in May 2024. In July 2024, and then ending with, of course, the main event, the closing event in May 2025 as a global celebration, the 100th birthday of the planetariums. In between these key dates, many other things should take place, and about this we're going to talk today. Important is that we do all this not to pat our shoulders and say we did good in the last 100 years, but we do this to use it as a tool to convey to people everywhere in the world that planetariums have evolved, that they are more modern, and that actually many people out there don't even know yet how good, how great an experience planetariums can offer. I regularly meet people that visited a planetarium for the last time 20 years ago and are not aware of what we do, what we are actually offering these days. So we need this marketing initiative actually, and that is what the Centennial should be, a marketing initiative. It should serve to convey one message to the public. Planetariums are even better than you might think. Come visit us. So now we are working on, or we have been preparing a number of things to get this message across and to reach with this message, especially those people who are not anyway coming to our domes, but who do not regularly visit planetariums. To capture this message, the slogan of the Centennial, it was decided, should be "The stars were just the beginning," because that captures it all. The stars are, of course, what people associate with the planetarium first and foremost, but they were just the beginning. Today there is so much more. We discover all of the universe, the microcosmos, the macrocosmos, other scientists, arts, and much more in the planetarium dome. The stars as our beginning, our foundation, but just this. As a first step to actually implement all this, we had brainstorming sessions held at IPS conferences, also at the GDP, German Language Planetarium conference in 2018 and 2019 to collect ideas of what we would actually want to do to get this message across to the public. And if I say we, let me briefly summarize who that actually is. It all started with IPS, and IPS did provide also quite some funding, for example, for the trailer, which we just saw in the beginning. GDP, the Society of German Language Planetariums, provided their big major share of funding and workload, for example, preparing the Centennial website and many other things. With GDP, or helping GDP with this, is marketing agency CGV, Christina Gut Marketing. I think Ms. Gut is also with us. I see her, yes. Helping with the fundraising and with marketing initiatives. And the major, the biggest amount of funding for any of our projects was very kindly made available by the Zeiss Foundation, a major amount donated to support the production of an anniversary Fulldome show, as we will see in a minute. Also, the Zeiss company, not the same as the Zeiss Foundation, provided funding and support especially to enable the opening ceremony in the next year. And well, these societies and companies and this foundation offered their support first, but everybody else is of course invited, other planetarium societies, other companies, other vendors, to support us as well. And actually there is latest news from just today. Planetarium company RSA Cosmos just announced that they will be supporting us as well in some way. Thank you for that, and thank you to all sponsors and supporters at this point. So, I just mentioned the brainstorming sessions. Out of that came, after a year of refinement and shortlisting and setting priorities, a list of projects that we think are most important, and a list of which we might say second-tier projects. And all those that are underlined in this list, I don't want to read all those titles to you now, but all those that are underlined will be presented now in some more close form by their coordinators. So all these projects have their own coordinator. Before we actually look at these projects, let me talk a bit about the foundations that we laid, the basics. The logo. We had a design contest held in 2019, and the winning entry was submitted by Emily Romy. Thank you to Emily Romy for the Centennial logo, which is right now available in German and English language, but of course it lends itself to creating further language versions. So if you are able to work on such graphics, create please your own language version of the Centennial logo in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Japanese, in whichever language you're at. Sorry, in whichever language. Yes. The second most important thing, the trailer video, as we just saw, has now also been released in Fulldome format, and let me play it here. The version that you saw in the beginning was first presented at IPS 2020 online conference during the COVID year. And now the Fulldome version was released this year, first shown, well, it was meant to be presented at IPS 2022, which we all know was not to be. And it was presented instead, premiered this Fulldome version of the trailer at the Brno Fulldome Festival in June of this year, thanks to Jiří Dušek, the director of Brno Planetarium. The flat version of the trailer is available on the YouTube channel of IPS for you to embed on your websites. The Fulldome trailer is available on the ESO website for download as a Fulldome frame sequence. So if you go to www.eso.org, go to their video archive and just enter the search term Centennial, you will find the download options for the Fulldome trailer. And it is free to use for everyone in the world, Planetarium, Science Center, Fulldome venue of any kind. Even if you're not a Fulldome venue, go ahead and download it, present the trailer, and spread the word. And thank you to artist Rocco Helmchen, who produced these two versions. Thanks to IPS and GDP, who made it happen that this could be produced. At the same time, we started to promote the whole idea of the history of planetariums being celebrated. We did run in 2020 a series of postings, Milestone Monday, on IPS social media, managed by Anna Green. Thank you, Anna. And all these items, all this content is now available also on the IPS website, on the Centennial website. So every week we posted one item from planetarium history, be it the first planetarium here in Asia, for example, or in this case, the first planetarium projector of a new company entering the field, or new types of projectors and so on. It can still be checked out on IPS social media. An important cornerstone is the website of the Centennial, which was prepared in the first version by the GDP Centennial group, especially Daniela Bolz and Cora Braun. I think they are here today with us. Thank you to you. Thanks to you. And in the current version, as it is online now, and as I want to show you now in 1 minute, by agency CGV, contracted by German Planetarium Society. First, it was meant to serve as a contact point for sponsors, for us ourselves to get informed about what is planned, but now we are expanding the website to provide additional information for the general public, because that is what we're looking at. Now I want to briefly show you the Centennial website, and for this I will stop my screen share because I need to switch to my browser. And where do I have it? Hold on 1 second, please. Yes, there I was puzzled, and here we go. So here I show you again the ESO website, the download option that I just mentioned. So I am on their video archive page, and I enter Centennial as the search term, and here I have the English and German language versions of the Fulldome trailer. and you can download it in the preview size or full resolution. And of course, it is not just this. We offer for download also the files to create your own language versions of the Fulldome trailer. And for this, let me show you. Let me switch to the the Centennial website. This is it, the Centennial website presenting not just today's schedule, but basic information about the Centennial, the trailer, the flat trailer, the countdown until the start of the celebrations, which is, well, almost a year, a little more than a year to go. More room to include logos of additional sponsors. And up here on top, a for now automated translation. We ask you to help us with creating additional language versions, which are also checked and tested. Right now, this is true just for English, German, and Italian, has just been provided by us kindly by Loris from the Italian Planetarium Society. Is not yet incorporated, but it will be shortly. But if you can provide us with additional language versions that are not just automatically translated, please do so. Please get in touch. So, that said, we can now, actually Zoom is hiding my, yes, no, sorry, I had a little technical problem. Now, here we can have a look at the history of planetariums presented to the general public in the form of a timeline. So have a look, check it out. We have general information about planetariums, of course, sponsoring opportunities, but most importantly, all the projects of the Centennial. And this is actually not just an information service, but this is actually meant to be the hub of all interactions. So for example, once the anniversary show will be finished, the download links will be here. Once the Fulldome trailer is finished, which it is, the download links should be here. Let's have a look. Here they are. And also the download link for the files to create additional language versions. So go there and download these, please. Furthermore, as we will announce shortly, we will also run a contest, an art and design contest. Also for that, you find on this page here the submission options, the submission forms. So this will be our communications hub for all Centennial activities. What is more, we will incorporate here, it is still in preparation, a map of planetariums of the world to highlight events which are going to take place. So you are free to submit your events. We encourage you to submit your events to this database to be shown here on the Centennial website and to serve as a hub also for the general public to see what is going on, what is being presented during the anniversary. So with this, I will again stop my screen share and go back to my presentation. So have a closer look at the website. Submit your Centennial events as soon as you can. And while these are foundations that we already did lay, there is more that we plan. For example, a planetarium emoji is one of the projects that we are pursuing. It should be possible that whenever you enter on your digital device the word planetarium, you are offered the choice to instead choose a beautiful icon, an emoji, for the planetariums. First drafts were created last year by artist Maike Weisner in Germany. I show you two of these draft versions here. We had a long discussion if the old-fashioned seeming dumbbell-shaped projector is a good item in such an emoji, but we figured that for reasons of recognizability, it is a useful choice. If we would choose a modern star ball or a fully digital planetarium with nothing in the middle, recognizability would not be as such. People would recognize a starry sky, but that's not sufficiently specific to be recognized as a planetarium, of course. So this is still our best suggestion. Some criticism was that it could be confused with a blue ant, but I don't think so. And this was being discussed, being refined, and the newer versions are these. With the question, with the recommendation from the side of the artists, the designers, that the rightmost one is the more modern one, not just in terms of the kind of projector that's shown, but in terms of actual design aspects. I myself am uncertain in terms of recognizability, but this is the current state of it. And we like to collect more feedback, like to hear from you what you think about it. And once we have selected a final design, then we will submit this to the bodies that will then decide if it can be incorporated in the usual assortment of emojis. Another foundation for the whole Centennial is to be represented by prominent persons, the patrons and ambassadors of the Centennial. One could wonder or argue that such persons should be on the one hand prominent persons, well known throughout the world, on the other hand in some way connected to the topic. So do we talk about scientists, astrophysicists, educators, or can we also look at celebrities, politicians, which might not have so much to do with the planetariums and just help us with their celebrity status? So we think, after discussing it, it would be good to have as many persons representing the Centennial as we can possibly encourage to. One patron and several ambassadors. That is the strategy which we think would work best. We first thought about asking former German Federal Chancellor Angela Merkel to be our patron for a number of reasons. She is well known in the world. She's a physicist, not a planetarium professional, okay. But actually we did approach her, sent a letter to her a little bit along the lines of, now that you're out of office, maybe you have some spare time, and planetariums are a great thing. But unfortunately, Angela Merkel respectfully declined, and many more names were suggested. Some of these are presented here: Brian May, Jill Tarter, Jodie Foster. I will not read them all. And even many more than I list here. So there is quite a number of ideas, but now we have interesting news which just happened this week, or just happened last week. German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier offered to be the patron of the Centennial. Mr. Steinmeier is not the head of the German government, not to be mixed up with Mr. Scholz, the chancellor, who was actually running the government. So Mr. Steinmeier is a purely ceremonial head of state, but still he is the president of the, country of origin of the planetarium. So it is certainly a good choice to represent the Centennial. In Germany, a very well-known person, the best patron that one could dream of around the world. However, he might need the support of ambassadors to represent the Centennial. And this comes as a natural choice because Mr. Steinmeier, before taking the office of president, was foreign minister of Germany, so is used to working with a group of ambassadors. And so we are still considering, not just considering, I'm sorry, we're still working on contacting people who are well known in their areas, in their walks of life, and could represent us there. And for this, we have another great item of news from Ryan Wyatt, who is here with us, and maybe we can briefly switch to him.
I can look at that camera. We, as Bjorn previously mentioned, we had discussed the idea of inviting Jill Tarter to be a patron of the Centennial. And as we pivoted to this idea of ambassadors, we still thought she would be a great fit for that role. So we reached out to Jill, and indeed she accepted. So although she's planning to participate mostly virtually, she will be supporting the Centennial in this role of ambassador. And I guess, although Bjorn shared a list of some of the ideas of individuals who'd come up, I think it's a great discussion topic to think about others who might be interesting candidates for this ambassador role, and people who kind of cross the disciplines that are medium crosses, from artists and musicians to actors and scientists and educators. So I hope that in part of our discussion today, we can begin to think about who, and from not just a US or German or European or North American perspective, but who from a truly international perspective could be interesting candidates for these ambassadorships.
Thanks, Ryan. So we hope to expand the group of ambassadors of the Centennial quite a bit more, and we will keep you updated on this. With that, let's move on and look at some other projects that were proposed and are still in preparation. For example, there was the idea to create a traveling exhibition to visit places that, well, where they can reach many people who would not normally visit a planetarium, shopping malls. So it is a plan in GDP for the German German language areas to create such a traveling exhibition. A concept was prepared some years ago, but due to the funding requirements was not yet realized. At the current point, GDP has secured such a small dome, which should travel with such an exhibition through shopping malls, as shown in the middle picture, and about, well, a fraction of the funding that would be needed. So this will be realized in some form in the year 2024 and might serve as a model for similar exhibitions in other regions. Because, of course, being a physical exhibition, it cannot easily travel to every region of the world. So this is, at this moment, a project of GDP, but with the strong encouragement of looking at it closely from other regions and maybe copying it in some way or another. The last item that I want to mention here and now in my introductory presentation is another cornerstone, well, not cornerstone, but like middle supporting stone of the Centennial, which is the annual birthday of the planetarium. Well, we all have a birthday every year, so does the planetarium. It was born in 1925 and annually gets a year older on May 7th. So on May 7th, 2024, shortly before the IPS conference, we have the 99th birthday of planetariums. Why not celebrate it? Then we have, of course, the big climax of the Centennial on May 7th, 2025. And after that, why not keep celebrating? Every year on May 7th, as an annual day of planetariums on which planetariums all over the world have some kind of activity promoting the planetariums in their region. To encourage such local projects being presented on May 7th, 2025 or 2024 or 5 or onwards, as one part of the Centennial, IPS will be offering grants to help realize projects, such local projects, to help develop such projects to be presented at one planetarium. And we will speak about that in some minutes. So with this introduction, let's have a closer look at some of the projects of the Centennial. And maybe you did see the schedule that we posted on the IPS website. Unfortunately, we do have some changes to the schedule, not with the intent of getting you confused, but just out of necessity. And actually, we did plan to first talk about the opening ceremony, which would have made a lot of sense, but instead we would now like to first talk about the anniversary show, which is in some way the largest project of the Centennial. I wanted to present it last, so to keep up the attention, but we will present it first. The anniversary show was funded by the Zeiss Foundation, as I already mentioned, with an extremely generous donation, which is administered by GDP. Additional sponsorship is still being looked for, so the budget is quite good and we are absolutely not complaining. But we are still in discussions of further improving the production value of the show, and for that we're still looking for additional sponsorship. This show will be made available for free to all planetariums worldwide. There will be download options. Physical shipments might come at a shipping cost, but the show itself will be license cost free. One important thing to mention about the show, though, is that it is not going to be about the history of planetariums. It is not a show about the Centennial, but accompanying the occasion of the Centennial. We discussed this quite a bit, but we realized that a show which simply presents the history of planetariums, explaining to persons how planetariums came about, how they developed, why they use this kind of sunrise projector and why not the other, might not be so very interesting for the general public. Instead, the planetarium show, the anniversary show, should serve the same purpose as the anniversary itself, to convey the message that planetariums have changed compared to what they did 20 years ago. So this should not be a traditional show of some kind, but it should be an innovative show involving live actors. That is one thing that we set in stone pretty early on in the discussions of what that show could be. So this was all discussed in meetings of the IPS and GDP Centennial groups, discussed at meetings during the last IPS conference, online meetings. So as the result of such an open process, we came up with the plan to have a show which is a bit novel in style. And for that reason, we decided to look for a producer, a script writer, who is a professional movie industry person and also familiar with the Fulldome business. At some point, we thought it might be a team of two that we necessarily need, but in the end, we decided that one person can be the one doing it, if it is a person experienced in both areas. And well, long story short, GDP contracted a well-known producer and director, Peter Popp, to be our scriptwriter and our producer of the show. There is a book for the show in preparation, currently being refined, and we hope to be able to start the production quite soon, because time is now not anymore abundant, but the premiere of the show is of course planned to be on October 21st. The opening ceremony should also be the premiere of the show. So with this, I will stop my screen share so that Peter Popp can join us. And there he is. Peter, welcome. I cannot hear you. You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
So maybe it's just because I am here in the room and not listening to the actual feed. Can everyone hear Peter?
We can hear.
Okay, very
That's great. So unfortunately, I cannot hear Peter. It will be a very interesting conversation because Peter, I cannot hear you. I'm trying to improve my lip reading skills, but well, now I can hear you. So greetings from Montreal.
Okay,
I forgot to mention, I and the IPS team, we are here physically in Montreal together in the same room. Everybody's waving, yes, while Peter is in southern Germany, I guess.
In Munich.
So, yeah, Peter, it's great that you could join us for this meeting to say a few words about your project that we will be working on together. We do not want to present the full outline of the show quite yet, because as I just mentioned, it is still being refined with input from the working group, with input from also the board of IPS, and Peter is our man for the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have already said a lot of what the show is, what the character of the show is. I was very excited to hear that this Centennial show should be a highly modern, actual, and unconventional planetarium show. And so the story we have developed as, I got some prerequisites, some conditions, and one was that it should be live action. So we have in the story 3 teenage kids. The story plays in the future in 2050, and it deals a lot about the climate change, because I think this is the most dangerous threat of the humankind, and I think this should be in a planetarium, in a modern planetarium show. And the story is about these 3 kids living in 2050, and they are eco-activists, and their antagonist is a huge IT corporation which is against them, and they are against this IT corporation because this company is still telling a lot of untrue things about the climate change and unscience-based facts. And the planetariums, and this fits in my opinion very good into planetariums, because planetariums are places who show facts, who show true things, who show educational things, and these kids fight for that. And they are threatened by this company, and the story starts in, and this is not known for the audience at the beginning, starts in the metaverse. The reason for this has dramatic reasons, because in the metaverse we can do anything and we can use the dome and the power of the dome in a very creative way. And the audience will find out that this story is playing in the metaverse during the course of the story. And at the end, we will see these kids in their real life. And the story is also based on the science facts. We have always scientists who are advising us how our world will look like in 2050. And the interesting thing is that the audience now will see what will happen in 2050 if we don't do anything about it. And so there are many interesting things in this story, and also human values will be shown. The kids who have to hold together, stick together, and it's about friendship and trust and reliability. So many interesting things are in this story, and one of the conditions is also to show what a planetarium, a dome projection can be nowadays. And 100 years ago, when the first planetarium opened, it was something new. It was very special for the audience, and this should now, 100 years later, also be very special for the audience and show something, what potential the planetarium has and will have. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So thank you, Peter. So basically saying, right, that the anniversary show will not be a show that is looking backwards at the history of the planetarium, but looking forward about what the planetarium and the role of the planetarium in the future might be, and doing this in a kind of associative way, not actually presenting the planetarium of the future. We have not yet invented it. Some of us might be working on it, but actually a vision connected to the role of the planetarium of the future. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So, accompanying the planetarium show, I just want to very briefly mention that actually, to keep you confused with the schedule, I'm very sorry, there is an educational show, educational package, not educational show, I'm sorry, that GDP is preparing in parallel to accompany the show. And this package is something, well, I have actually a PDF file to share with you. The show, there's a question in the chat, which I just happened to see. The show will run for, well, we're still figuring it out, 20 to 25 minutes, so about this length, 25 probably. It will not be a long running show. So let me share again my screen. Or let me actually first ask Christina Gut to say hi and wave her hand. Hello to Germany, and Axel Krieger, treasurer of GDP. Oh yeah, Ms. Gut, thank you. Working with us on this educational package, educational material, and Axel Krieger, treasurer of GDP. Are you here with us? Axel is not here?
Well, yes, I'm here.
He is here. Okay, great, thank you. So, together we came up with this idea. And I want to show you briefly a PDF document that we prepared, but actually it is meant to be sent around and not proclaimed or read to you. So let me call up this document. No, not this one, I'm sorry. Again, I'm fighting with my IT systems. So it does not seem to work. I'm sorry, hold on a second, please. Yeah, here we go. So this supplementary package, as it's mentioned or called in this presentation, is actually supplementary material, of course, accompanying the show, marketing material, to help all planetariums who want to present the show in social media on their websites, to also help the Centennial in general, because it will allow us to communicate to the general public in one graphical layout, in one language, or in one style, if you will, not one language, of course, because it's meant to be adaptable to other languages. But also it will have additional content value, educational material, as I mentioned, to provide to your audiences along with the show, and also additional Fulldome content that we will prepare in addition to the Fulldome show itself, additional Fulldome content to present actually elements of the history of the planetarium in this way. So I will not read all of this to you. This will be sent to you soon and be made available or is already available on the Centennial website. And there is one element, or sorry, one detail to mention though about the educational package. While the show itself will be available for free worldwide, the educational package will be offered for a small fee. And this also based on the thinking that we want to collect additional funding to enable the show itself, which is actually enabled by the donation of the Zeiss Foundation, but an improved style and production value of the show, and on the other hand, to enable or to improve other projects of the Centennial. Axel Krieger is here with us not just because he is the treasurer of GDP, but also because he represents the Society of Austrian Planetariums. And the Austrian Planetariums,
Yes.
as I heard, actually just signed up for this educational package, for example.
So hello to everybody. The idea behind of the marketing package and educational package is that everybody has the right communication tool for our audience and for marketing. So we want to try that every planetarium has the same CI and CDs in his house, and our marketing agency has prepared all these things, and for a small amount you can also support the whole event. And if everybody spend a little bit money, then we can use this money also for all other projects and all the show and everything we want to do. And that's the idea behind of the marketing package and educational package. If you do these things alone, you spend much more money for getting all these things. And so I think we thought that this is a good idea to support the planetarium and to get a little bit back in our finance possibilities. And yes, that's the idea. And so Austria decided, as the first country, we have bought a lot of packages, and yes, that's the idea behind.
Okay, thank you, Axel. Actually, as I just mentioned, the informational PDF will be available on the Centennial website. Also, we are preparing a mailing to planetariums with this information on behalf of agency CGW, who will help us with this mailing. And of course, hold on a second. Yeah, so we will be sending this out shortly, and it will be available on the Centennial website. Check it out and get back to us for more information. Also, if you like to, in some way, support the Centennial financially, I mean, just throwing it here into the room in between presentations, there is also a PayPal donation button now on the IPS and on the Centennial website to support us in our further preparations. If you know someone who might want to support us, spread the word. So we are running a little bit behind time, but I think we can, if there are any questions concerning the show or this package, maybe take some questions from the audience, although we are running 5 minutes behind schedule. If there are some questions, then let us know now, or at the end of the meeting, of course, also we are available to answer any questions. Okay, great. Then next thing, and the second biggest element of the Centennial in terms of in terms of preparation, work amount and workload, is probably the Centennial Anniversary book. And for this, Pedro Raposo, formerly at Adler Planetarium, for the IPS History Working Group, History of the Planetarium Working Group, is the head of the editorial team of the book project, while Andreas Schmidt from GDP is our contact person to the publisher, Springer, who will release the book next year. And with this, I'd like to turn it over to Pedro.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. Hello from Philadelphia, everyone. I'll begin by apologizing for just stepping in, and unfortunately, I'll need to duck out after my presentation. So the first thing I'll do is to leave my email address on the chat so that you can contact me, and please feel free to reach out after this presentation. I'll try to share my screen. I have a few slides, which hopefully, can you all see my screen? Okay, great. So I'll take you through an overview of the book project. So the idea of the book is really to celebrate, even though it's a book very much focused on the history of the planetarium, the idea is also to celebrate not just the past, but also the present, and have some kind of forward-looking element to it. So we really want the book to celebrate the past, the present, and the future of planetarium. So we are working on finalizing a publishing agreement with Springer, and we have a provisional title for the book, which I will immediately admit that sounds a little clunky. 100 years of planetarium, 100 stories, people, places, devices. We might give some touches to the title before publishing, but I think it is very much self-explanatory. More about that in a minute. The editors, so the chief editors for the volume are myself, Mike Smell from the Other Planetarium, and Katie Boyce-Jacino. We are all members of the History of the Planetarium Working Group that Bjorn just mentioned. And of course, this will be the flagship project for this working group for the next 12 months or so. I'll try to, let's see. So the concept of the book, we want it to be a highly illustrated and readable book celebrating the planetarium Centennial with 100 stories centered on the variety of objects. But the idea is it's not just a book about objects. It is based on the concept of a history of something on 100 or 1,000 objects or whatever. But it is really to pick up on different objects and things, devices, etc., that show and illustrate connections between people, science, culture, and society around planetarium. Since the early magic lantern shows to today's digital planetarium all over the world. So we want the book to provide a comprehensive view of the history of planetarium in different parts of the world, in different cultures. So that will be really, really important. And I think we can make the difference with this book if we really can materialize that approach. I will not read this. This is a passage from the book proposal. I'm not going to read it full, but the idea here is to emphasize that although planetarium projectors, buildings, and other planetarium equipment play, of course, a very important part of the story, we need to go beyond that. We cannot let this become just a kind of a catalog of historical projectors. We certainly need to have some, and those that really represent advancements in planetarium technology. But we need to be creative. We want to be creative. We can pick up on things that, for example, relate to art in planetariums, how planetariums have been advertised, how planetaria have been represented in popular culture, how planetariums have been seeking to make themselves more accessible and inclusive, etc. We have a tentative structure for the volume. Again, this might have some, we might tweak this a little bit as the project moves along, but basically we'll have a forward and a preface. It will be great. So Bjorn was just talking about kind of the patrons of this initiative. And if we can get the patrons to write a forward, that will be really great, I think. Then, of course, we'll have an introduction by the volume editors. And then we want to organize these 100 object stories thematically. What you see right now on the screen is very much chronological, but this is just at least to begin with, to have some sense of structure. It doesn't need to be so strictly chronological, but we do want the stories to be thematically organized in chapters, so to speak. Then we can have another postface, maybe written by another patron. And then, of course, materials that will complement the book and will provide additional information. For example, Springer requested that we at least explain the basic concepts of astronomy, introducing the book, which I think, of course, we should do. And so having appendices for that and the glossary might really be helpful. It might also allow us to keep the light of the object stories very readable. Talking about that, so format and style of the stories. So we are thinking of short entries, and again, we want the book to be highly illustrated. So we're thinking of each entry to have between 300 and 500 words. We want the language to be clear and accessible. Here we are thinking primarily of an English version, and Andreas maybe can step in and talk about the German version of the book, and maybe eventually there will be other versions in other languages. That will be fantastic. And the idea again is that the story focuses on an object, but it can always start by focusing on an episode or a person and highlight an important aspect in the development of Planetarium. And importantly, we will really value stories that bring to light lesser known aspects of it. And stories highlighting underrepresented groups, planetarium, geographical regions, etc., will be very, very welcome. So who will write the stories? Of course, the editors and the history of the Planetarium Working Group will play a very important role in that. We will also invite guest contributors, but we welcome, and I'm really here reinforcing the call for contributors that we've already launched in previous IPS virtual meetings. We welcome volunteer contributors from the planetarium community and beyond. And volunteer contributors are most welcome, and I will emphasize, they will be key. So the idea is that this is not a book or a version of the history of Planetarium written by a few people, but it's really a community-driven project, so bringing different stories and people together. So if in previous IPS meetings you already suggested a theme, or if you'd like to contribute to the story, please do reach out. More information, and including guidelines about how to write the stories, will be shared with IPS channel soon. I've already shared my email address as well. Please feel free to reach out. And if you would like to play a more active role in this project, even if you're not thinking of contributing with the story proper, even if you want to help with, editorial work, reviewing object story drafts, helping with contacting contributors, please consider joining the History of the Planetarium Working Group. Again, feel free to reach out to me. We'll have a meeting of the group soon to coordinate this project. So now it's the time. So please reach out if you are interested, and of course, feel free to pass the word around. Fair to say, if you are a volunteer, what you get in return, if you contribute with stories, or even if you contribute on the editorial front, well, I think you will be part of what is supposed to become the introductory book to the world of Planetarium and their history. Of course, there are a few books already, but I think this book will really make a difference. This will be the first book that people will go to enter the realm of the history of Planetarium and their presence in culture and society. The top contributors, the people who contribute with the highest number of stories or will provide significant assistance with editorial work. We will have a few copies to give away, so those will receive a hard copy, but all contributors will get access to the electronic version of the book. Timeline. I will really stress that this will be a quick turnaround. Of course, the idea is to have the book ready by the fall of 2023. And again, this will have to be a collective effort. And we will need all stories, all drafts by mid-January, the latest. Again, even though it's the time is short and the turnaround is quick, I think this is really the way we need to mobilize, the Planetarium community and all contributors to really submit their stories in time. And again, these are short stories with one or a couple of images, so it's nothing that should be too difficult to write. How will the book be made available? So Springer, as you know, is a big publisher, big academic publisher. So the book will be easily available through either both in a hard copy and in electronic version. Springer website, major online platforms, of course, the other retailers from Springer's distribution network, and we hope in planetarium and science museums around the world. So we really see this as the book that every planetarium around the world will want, and science museum will want to have on sale in their gift shop. And so this is the overview I wanted to share with you. I can stick around a few minutes more if you have any pressing questions. I'm really sorry that I'll miss Cora's presentation next because it connects with this project. But again, feel free to follow up with me and feel free to follow up and to send an email. And I don't know if Andreas wants to have anything about the German version.
Thanks, Pedro. I think we should actually put those contact details and suggestions on the Centennial website, on the book project page. Would you want us to place your email there? Maybe not. Or would you prefer a contact form which interested persons can use to write to you instead?
So if this is to be shared with a specific group of people, it's fine to share my email address. That's all fine. Yeah.
Well, it would be public for everyone in the
Public
world.
for everyone. Yeah.
Would be
maybe a form
website.
in that case. Yeah. So that in that case, although at Trexel, I think we have our email addresses are public. So maybe the difference. Yeah, just make it available. And if we need to work on that later, we will. But I don't expect anything terrible to happen. But yeah.
Great. Okay, Andreas, anything to add in terms of the publisher and the publication of the book?
I don't think so. A lot of things Pedro already mentioned.
Okay.
I have to do it quick and dirty, I think. So can you see it?
Yes, we see.
Yeah, okay. So, okay. That's part 2 of the book. It's about the German publication. And as Pedro already said, from Springer, and we want to publish it at the same time or slightly later than the English version. And here you can see the timeline that we hope we get the script from Pedro and the others in early next year, in spring next year, and want to do the translation by ourselves. There's a group of members of the GDP who want to join in, and so we could be able to submit it to Springer Germany at least at summer. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Andreas.
So sorry that it's short, but I still struggle with my corona infection.
Oh, get well, get well. Thanks to you. Any questions from all of you to our book team? If not, then let's move on in the schedule with the History Archive Project and Cora Braun, again from Germany. Hi, Cora.
Yeah. Hi. I'd like to share my screen. Wait a second. Guess it works, right?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
Okay, great. So hello, everybody. First, I'd like to give an update on the idea that I presented last year. And to wrap this up again, I wanted to create a place that presents the history of the planetarium from multiple perspectives and preserve it in a contemporary way, making it usable for the general public, but also for scientific purposes and for the planetarium community. And another important point was that I wanted to foster the documentation on the more recent history of the planetarium, especially everything that contributed to the development of digital Fulldome technology, because this part is less well documented so far, but has a huge impact on today's planetarium experience. And within this idea, I addressed 2 different target groups. First, general public that is, of course, interested in the planetarium, but has no specific knowledge about these institutions. And the second target group exists of the planetarium professionals, and in particular, the scientific community that is researching the planetarium. And since these 2 target groups could not be more different, the idea behind the original project was broken down into 2 individual projects. And this decision was also made in cooperation with the media agency and the Centennial working group. So the status quo is now that we have 2 projects, the basic timeline of the planetarium history that is already online on the website. And the second project is or has the working title History Archive and addresses our community, so people that are familiar with the medium and its history. And during the last year, I have worked primarily on the basic timeline, and the current state can be seen on the website, and Bjorn has already introduced it earlier to you. So I'm not posting the chat the link in the chat again, you can find it online. So the goal of the timeline of the website is to provide compensated, simple information for general interested planetarium visitors who do not follow special technical or previous knowledge about our institutions, but like to get in touch with it. And for this, the already existing history overview of the old website was revised. The old version was already based on the IPS milestone Monday, and the existing information were revised. Some items have been shortened and summarized, and all informations were tailored even further to the target group. So other milestones that have significance for the development of the planetarium as it is today have been added, and the orientation of the milestones is more general and now includes a stronger perspective also from media studies. And for example, the merging of the classic planetarium with IMAX Dome has a high relevance when looking at what planetariums are today and to what extent the experience of going into a planetarium has changed as a result. And back then we had at least 22 milestones, perhaps even more, I'm not sure right now. But nowadays we do have still 18 milestones, which is of course a lot, but I could not find a way to make these even shorter without missing important steps inside of the development. So that's why it's still 18 milestones. Other considerations that played a role during the redesign were that no company names were mentioned in the headings of the individual milestones. The focus of the timeline is on the general development of the medium. And of course, the technical achievements are playing an important role, and perhaps also the most important role when shaping the look and feel of the planetarium. And that's why the inventors and companies are still named, but not in the headings, but rather in the corresponding information texts. And the heading contains more of a general summary of the significance of the milestone for the further development of the medium. So this is the result, not the question, how can you benefit from this? Like the rest of the planetarium100.org website, this part of the website is open to all interested parties. The website can and may be linked, as all further information regarding the Centennial activities for visitors as well as for us as the planetarium community can be found there. And the website in general should underline the relevance of these institutions, and the simple look into the history of development makes clear what a long way we have already gone so far and what we have already achieved. So link, share, or send this webpage or even parts of the webpage, such as the history part, to all interested parties to provide them with an easy introduction to the subject matter, perhaps also to other supporters that are currently not, don't know a lot about the history, but like to submit something to the Centennial. So now we come to the second part of the project, the history archive. The project is still under construction, and the main target groups are the planetarium community and people researching the planetarium. So this project may not directly contribute to your own Centennial activities inside of your own planetarium, but the Centennial in general is a great starting point for this. And after Pedro's presentation, the following idea needs to be more sharply differentiated from the book in any case and should be further revised. But I'm anyway going to present the current state of the idea. So one of the main reasons that led me to outline this project was that there is knowledge within the community that has not been documented or has been written down very sparsely. And if you want to understand why the planetarium is the way it is today, one of the reasons is the development and still increasing use of digital Fulldome technology. And we have had this proliferation for close to 20 years. And most of the technological foundations of it were laid in the 1990s. And these are partially documented, for example, at the Planetarium in the section of the IPS Technical Committee, which I guess not everybody is going to read. But there are many details and contexts that have not been written down yet, but are of great importance for the development of the planetarium. And I would assume that a lot of people that were involved in these developments back then are still part of the community. And beyond that, there are other details of the history of the planetarium that are currently not written down or shared to a large group of people. So the goal of the history archive is to systematically document and archive experiences, facts, technological developments, ideas, concepts, workarounds, or also discourses from the planetarium community. And this information would then be available to a broad public, and we would be able to shed light on certain points of history that might be or might have been overlooked by now. And I would like to use this history archive to create a place where we can record and document our experiences within the medium and also the various influences of other mediums on the planetarium. But the main goal of it, this blog, is to keep it in a low threshold manner so that we can easily collect knowledge from the community and contribute it to everybody. So what's the plan? The current concept of the history archive consists of a simple online blog that collects, sorts, archives, and makes reports from the planetarium community available to the public. And in addition to the simple documentation in different blog entries, the main aim is to add value by categorizing the content and displaying the blog postings in a chronological sequence. And by this, I do not only mean displaying the single entries in their or by their publication date, but also adding some kind of timeline view where the blog entries are arranged by the specific time or period they cover. So with this, we can put different submissions in a context, and we don't need to print a book for this to get a context. So potential topics for the archive current state are the following points. I can read them out, which means development of new media technologies, concepts and ideas, the reception of the planetarium from different cultural perspectives, archive of the architecture of planetariums, reports on individual significant show production, audience favorites, show formats and content, planetarium organization and management, collaboration and cooperation among individual planetariums, show production processes, transformation from analog to digital technology in your planetarium, and development of own projectors. And this list, of course, can be extended. And I guess every content or the content of the reports can be freely chosen as long as they are relevant to the planetarium. And the proposed workflow states that everyone can submit blog entries via email. The contents do not necessarily have to be scientific contributions, but can be written as reports from contemporary witnesses or eyewitness reports, whatever you would like to call them. And statements from eyewitness reports must be substantiated either by the expertise of the author. So if you have worked for a long time in your planetarium, of course, you know everything about this planetarium, and that's why you can, or you're able to write a text or a blog entry about this, and no one will ask if that's true or not. Otherwise, you can also use sources from your local archive or scientific literature, of course. If someone likes to contribute a scientific contribution, that should, of course, comply the standards of good scientific practice. And from my perspective, there are currently no requirements for minimum or maximum length of a contribution in order to keep this offer a very low threshold manner of contributing your knowledge about the planetarium or special things you like to highlight. And visual material should also be included, perhaps to make it more illustrative. So this blog is actually not meant to compete with a history book or the planetarium, and the focus here is also on smaller and shorter contributions, perhaps also content that can be considered too much special interest even within our special interest community. So in addition, the added value of the blog especially is, or would especially be, the representation of the blog entries in the chronological order and sorted by topics. And this should also distinguish the project from existing authors without competing with them. But I guess I have to rethink this to make it even sharper. So in addition, I can also imagine in principle that entries that might be contributed to the blog can also be reprinted in the planetarium. I have not discussed this with the editors yet, but I guess this should be a transparent, or as transparent as possible. Yeah, but anyway, I think by ensuring appropriate quality criteria, the information that are inside of the blog can also be further used scientifically and thus also support research on the subject of the planetarium. And to bring this to an end, I guess I'm almost running out of time. Yes, this is what I'm currently looking for. I'm looking for people who would like to review the concept, especially right now. And if everything is fine with the idea, I'm also looking for people who would like to help launch the blog and develop the basic structure or have experience maintaining the blog. And of course, when the blog and final guidelines are in place, we need contributions for that. But I guess before you contribute to the blog, you should contribute to the history book first. Yes, I would now be interested to hear some kind of comments on this. I have written down the workflow on a Google Docs document, and I will post it in the chat, and you can comment directly inside of this Google Docs document later. And you can also send me an email or ask me inside of the chat. And I think I'm going to stop to talk right now because I'm running out of time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cora. It's great to post the Google Doc link. There was also already a question, or actually the same or a similar question twice in the chat, which is if the archive would accept only text or also audio and video elements, recordings.
I would also accept audio and video because that could also be a document a specific time period. So I'm open to that. That may also be a thing that distinguishes this project from the book.
Mm-hmm. And there was another suggestion to perhaps include data integration into shows as another topic. Or
I'm open for that. Yes.
Okay. With this, thanks. And also, we might post the Google Doc link on the website, or maybe not. Let's think about this later. Next in the schedule would be the art and design contest, which, however, due to another necessary swap in the schedule, will not be presented now, but in a few minutes. Instead, we will now have the presentation scheduled to take place in 1 hour already now. Max Rössner is with us. Hi, Max. About a current success that we achieved in GDP and hopefully soon also worldwide, which is to establish the planetariums as, well, not to establish, but to achieve that the planetariums are established UNESCO heritage. Not sites, but heritage. Max.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, we do.
That's good. So my name is Max Rössner. I'm working on and off in the planetarium field, mainly as a freelancer in engineering duties. And I've volunteered to, well, try and, as Bjorn just said, at least partially successfully tried to get a heritage recognition for the art and practice of planetarium work. All of you are probably familiar with what UNESCO is. UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And among many other things, what they are doing, they curate a list of world heritage, of intangible cultural heritage, and of natural heritage. And as Bjorn also said, it's quite important actually to distinguish between world heritage and intangible cultural heritage, because what we are currently applying for is obviously intangible cultural heritage, even though a planetarium is, of course, a tangible thing. There are various types of intangible cultural heritage, but all of them share one common property. And what is written here is a citation from the convention which the intangible cultural heritage is based on. And I will just read it. Intangible cultural heritage includes traditions or living expressions inherited from our ancestors and passed on to our descendants, such as, and then there's a long list. And finally, it says, knowledge and practices concerning the universe. And obviously, this is just what we as planetarians do. Intangible cultural heritage can be either an inventory of intangible cultural heritage or so-called national registers of good safeguarding practice. And I will explain in just a minute what this is and what what's the difference between these two types of intangible cultural heritage. What I'm presenting here is, strictly speaking, the situation in Germany, where GDP is obviously based. However, as all of this is based on UNESCO conventions, there are subtle details in other countries, but basically it's all the same for all UNESCO member countries. So what makes for an item of intangible heritage and why are we applying for it? Again, a long text, but the important aspects are highlighted in red. And what is highlighted in red describes almost exactly what we as planetariums do. It says here that the intangible cultural heritage means the knowledge and skills, instruments and objects, blah, 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 blah. And this is manifested in the following domains: knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe. And as this almost exactly is describes what planetariums do, GDP applied to become, well, not GDP to become, but to recognize the work planetarians do as an art worthy to be safeguarded under the terms of UNESCO. So what we are writing in our application letter is are essentially 4 claims. The first claim is astronomy is a fundamental part of humanity's intangible heritage. I think this is something everyone can agree on. The second claim is planetariums are institutions where everyone, and really the broad public, can participate in this quest and enjoy the fruits of this quest to discover the heavens and the universe. And then there's claim number 3. This is why planetariums help to preserve, convey, interpret, and advance one aspect of humanity's immaterial heritage, astronomy. And this is indeed the key sentence our application is based on, because this means we can apply for this good safeguarding practice branch of what immaterial heritage is. And this is claim 4. So planetariums shall be recognized as an item of good safeguarding practice according to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. All of this phrased in a very sloppy way. GDP applies for planetariums to become intangible cultural heritage, and in a more exact way, albeit more complicated way, GDP applies for the art and practice of planetarium work to be recognized as a good safeguarding practice with respect to astronomy, which is a part of humanity's intangible heritage. This is really complicated, but this is the key of the application. And what we are not applying for is planetariums to become world heritage. This is a very important aspect to keep in mind. These are indeed 2 different branches of what UNESCO heritage is. The application package was submitted to authorities at some point last year, in fact, or was it early this year? Don't remember, in fact. The title is
November.
November, okay, so almost 1 year ago. The title was Communicating the Scientific, especially the Astronomical Worldview in Planetariums, which sounds a bit less strange in the German original title. Even though it is not fluent in German as well, but there are certain reasons, certain subtle reasons for doing it this way. And as Bjorn mentioned, there is a first success. The federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia already accepted this application, and indeed the art and practice of planetarium work is listed as immaterial heritage in the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia as we speak. And the reason for this is that GDP is formally registered in this federal state, and this is why it is in their list and not in any other list. Obviously, this is less visible than UNESCO endorsed recognition, but nevertheless, of course, it is a success, especially for those planetariums which are based in North Rhine-Westphalia. Another side benefit from our application package was that it was simply reused for a postage stamp, which will published by the Federal Post Office of Germany in 2023. We just took the application material from the UNESCO thing and basically reused it for the postage stamp thing. So why we're actually doing this and how can other planetariums and the community profit from this endeavor? In our opinion, the intangible cultural heritage recognition can help to obviously attract visitors. After all, it's UNESCO endorsed. It can generate press coverage, obviously. It might raise awareness for our field in target groups usually not concerned with astronomy, but maybe more concerned with history or other branches of cultural fields. It might help to convince politicians and other decision makers, for example, when there are funding negotiations or the like. Obviously, a UNESCO recognition can underline the relevance of our field and of our profession itself. It might help us to network with other cultural institutions because we network in a field that we are currently not working in. And obviously, it can form one additional cornerstone of the Centennial campaign we are currently talking about. So there's a bold vision, and the bold vision would be we are applying at the moment for the National Register of Good Safeguarding Practice. But how great would it be to not only achieve this, but also end up in the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, which is kind of the masterpieces quote list of intangible cultural heritage. How great would this be? And to do so, let me come up with a tiny proposal, or actually with a rather big proposal. Maybe those of you who are not based in Germany might want to consider to apply for this kind of recognition in your country. As I said, these conventions are valid in all UNESCO member countries. So maybe you want to consider to do this in your country as well. In this way, obviously, the weight of each individual application in all countries would be increased and the visibility would be increased even more, both for stakeholders that we maybe negotiate with and also the general public which we serve. If you would like to do this, if you indeed want to apply for this immaterial heritage recognition in your country, let me share some experience, albeit still limited. After all, this application is not accepted yet. But nevertheless, let me share some recommendations. In our case, it proved really valuable to get in touch with experts who have done this before and who can guide you through the project, because there are very, very small details that indeed, and it is like that, make or break the entire application. So do speak with someone in your country who has done this before. It was recommended to us to provide cross-references to other UNESCO recognized items of heritage. And here's a link where you can find such cross-references in a very handy and very straightforward way. It might be worthwhile to make a cross-reference to the global citizenship education framing paradigm that UNESCO published and is basing their work on, in fact. If you need letters of reference, such in our case for your application, get it from persons outside the planetarium community. In our case, it was a professional astronomer not working in the planetarium community, and one person working in astronomy outreach, but not directly in the planetarium community. So this was very nice. As with our postage stamp project, think about synergies, because it's a huge amount of work and you want to reuse the work, even if you do not end up as a intangible heritage recognition project. And maybe as a catalyst, embed the application in a larger framework, such as the Centennial celebration we are currently speaking about. Right, that concludes my talk. Thank you very much for the what is the word?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Max,
indeed. Thank you.
Which word are you looking for?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm looking for this word that thank you very much for your, and then there is a
Attention.
word. Thank you.
For your attention to Max's
For the
note.
attention. This was the word I was so looking for. Thank you.
So, important point. We hope to be accepted as UNESCO heritage, intangible cultural heritage on the German UNESCO list, correct? By early next year, hopefully, or sometime next year. Is that correct? That would be the
that would be the
possible
ideal
timeline.
thing. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. And so by the start of the Centennial, then we hope to be able to say what we are doing, not our buildings, not our projectors, but what we are doing is UNESCO World Heritage status activities. And it would be amazing if by the end of the Centennial we could have a second country, as you explained, in which the same status can be achieved, being the prerequisite of actually being on the, how did you call it, master list of UNESCO.
the quote
right?
masterpieces list. Indeed. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So who is next? Like, I mean, not here in the schedule, but with a UNESCO application, which country can apply first? It's not a competition, but more than one, it's a possibility. I see people from Switzerland on my screen. That's maybe too close to Germany, but also a possibility. So let's keep in touch on this. Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Next topic is Guilherme Marangello from Brazil joining us and presenting the project, or rather the offer of GDP to help organize, help develop local projects and provide grants for this. Guilherme. You're muted. Now
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all here. I'm sharing my screen. If you go to the Centennial webpage, we can find the projects and local projects link. And we come here and scroll down a little bit. You have the announcement of the local projects opportunity and this. What is the idea behind this local projects support? Is to make the Centennial celebration global. So how can we do that? Supporting everybody to apply for a few amount of money to help everybody to promote the Centennial. The idea is that we are announcing that today, and we'll keep the announcement open until March of the next year. And what projects are we thinking we can receive? It's completely open. You decide which one is best for you and be creative. But some ideas we discussed before during the meetings that we can think about including equity, diversity, and inclusion in the proposal, like designing 3D materials to be printed. How about printing the first projectors or additional material to follow the Fulldome show? You can think about having sign language for the Fulldome show, so you can hire someone for the sign language. We thought of events, so you can think about hiring some artists or a band for an opening ceremony in your planetarium. And of course, we thought on mobile domes too. You can apply for some amount of money that you can use to go to some cities that have never been visited by a planetarium before. You can use the money for the gas. You can use the money to have an exhibition to accompany your mobile planetarium. It's up to you to choose the best ideas to apply for the grants. We are asking in the web page the name of the proponent, the planetarium of the proponent, city and country. If there are any other persons, other people, sorry, please tell us. The amount of money it's up to $1,000, and we have $15,000 to distribute, so we can help 15 projects. We need the schedule of the projects, and we expect the projects to be developed during the celebration of the Centennial. Who can apply for that? Everybody with a good idea to spread the word of the Centennial. That's the biggest idea of the project. And we'll have a jury to decide for the grants. And what we expect too is that after the celebration, we would like to have a report on what was done, written report and a video report to be presented in the closing ceremony in 2025. We also expect that everything that is developed using the grants can be made available to all planetariums. So the idea is that if you develop a model, a Fulldome show, an exhibition, it will be shared in the web page of the Centennial. Going here again. So scroll down a little bit. Local projects. And you have the form to be filled, and oh, it's in Portuguese here. And choose an archive to be sent with 2 pages telling us what your project is about. I guess I will stop in sharing here. I don't want to talk too much. I would like to listen a little bit. Any questions you want?
Thank you, Guillermo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, because there was just some technical issue. Okay, yeah, thank you. Are there questions and comments about this? It is, of course, a very open proposition. So please let us know if you have any comments, or let us know later and contact Guillermo.
I will let my email address. I will let my email address in the chat. Unfortunately, I will have to leave in a few minutes because I have class. But I will thank everybody that can contribute on that.
Thank you. So this, of course, is especially valuable in the context of such projects as also the birthday of planetariums, which I mentioned. What is going to take place on this birthday of planetariums if we want to celebrate it all over the world, in all regions? Hopefully every planetarium can show the anniversary show or present another activity. And exactly this we want to encourage with these grants. If you have a project idea, maybe a cooperation with an artist which needs to be financed, or as Guillermo explained, it might just be going to a place where there never was a planetarium with your mobile dome, then that would be a great contribution also to this Birthday of Planetariums project, to have as many things happening on this day as possible. And also, the idea was not just to allow your project that you might have as an idea to be realized, but along with this, we would also ask that you submit, of course, your concept idea to us, and to allow us to share this idea with other planetariums so that they might learn from it, or that they might be able to also profit or even copy your activity. So that would also be part of the idea, that concepts can be developed and then shared with other planetariums. Yeah, thanks. Now we are a little bit ahead of schedule. The next topic would be well, one of 2 projects actually, in which we want to collect voices from the community or from the world of people visiting planetariums. And one of these are voices from kids who we would interview and ask them about their views of the planetarium. Another one will be presented after it. Right now we have a little technical issue. Our moderator, our master of technology here, who would switch off Guillermo and switch on Marco Alvarez Dittel, who will be next, is currently not here, but currently outside the room and running to grab coffee. Can since I'm not familiar, Guillermo, you would have 5 more minutes or 4 more minutes. Marco, are you already here? Yeah, I can see you. But
sure, but I need to share my screen, and that has to be enabled there.
Yeah. So we will take care of this in a minute. Sorry. There he is. From the camera. I'm sorry for.
I'm sorry, I was too fast here.
It's all good. Thank you. Marco. Marco Alvarez. Hey, Marco.
Hi all. Good day, everyone, and best regards from Costa Rica. Yeah, I can share my screen now. So here we go. Let me play this. So the project we started like a couple of years ago was to interview kids, so we could learn what they know about planetariums. Not what we think they know, but what they actually know. And we got some prizes here. Some of these videos, we already published them, but we would like to have much more. So the idea is that all of you, whatever you can, produce in-house videos to interview these kids, primary school kids, high school kids, asking them several questions so we can have an insight of what they think about our planetariums. As many countries as possible, but then we just translate it to English, subtitles or whatever, to publish them everywhere. The idea is to interview them in their native language, and if necessary, then we just put the subtitles to English. So we get an insight about what concepts and information these kids are missing. So to reinforce those concepts in the materials to be produced for the celebration of the Centennial. These are the specifications for the videos, just standard resolution that we can publish. It's important, good audio and image quality, about 3 minutes length, the final edition. And if necessary, please translate it to English so we can subtitle it, or you do it yourself. These are the sample questions that we have been using for the kids. So we just do not prepare anything. The idea is just put them in front of the camera and ask them about these questions. When I started with this idea a couple of years ago, I decided to make a test, even with my kids who were basically born in a planetarium. They own a mobile planetarium here. And it was surprising they didn't know this much as we would have wanted about the history of the planetariums or what they are. So this is the first video I did for them.
I think planetariums are like a dome used for teaching. Planetariums are like to teach maybe about space, or could be other things like animals, the city, and more subjects. Maybe in the United States, in 1960s, around there, like that time. I think they worked like maybe like domes, but could be tiny ones or more like that. They had like a cylinder with the shapes and just a little light inside it, and it showed everything. They were like houses, or I don't know, that like maybe dome shaped, and they used machines instead of a camera that showed the space 360 degrees. They are huge domes, so there are smaller, or you can take them everywhere, and they use projectors to show video programs and that. Maybe it could be buildings. It could be buildings, gigantic buildings. There could be a lot of people inside it, and it would show a lot of things inside it. I'm not sure. I think they are perfect the way they are. I'd like I mean like stars and planets could be seen like 3D. And you can just see them pass like over there. And things could be more like animals passing through planets, stars, and more galaxies and everything.
Also, that's kind of the idea for the video. I tried another one with a girl that was here, but she's from Germany, and turned out a little bit different because of her age. So here is the other sample I wanted to show you.
Ein Planetarium ist ein Ort, wo Leute hingehen können und die Möglichkeit haben, Sterne und das Universum auf einen anderen Blickwinkel zu betrachten und näher zu betrachten und so auch mehr darüber zu lernen. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass das erste Planetarium aus Deutschland kommt. Ich weiß aber nicht genau, wo in Deutschland. Und ich denke, es waren so knappe 100 Jahre, seit wir das erste Planetarium gebaut haben. Ich denke, man hat viel mit Lichtprojektoren gearbeitet. Das heißt, das ist einfach wie so eine große Glühbirne, also stelle ich mir vor, und dann man was drüber gelegt hat wie eine Form, wo dann Löcher drin waren für die einzelnen Sterne. Also ich kann mir vorstellen, dass es relativ simpel war. Ich denke, heutzutage gibt es verschiedene Wege, wie Planetarien funktionieren. Entweder es sind Bildschirme, das heißt, es wird gar nicht irgendwas projiziert, sondern es sind Bildschirme, die was zeigen im Planetarium. Oder es wird immer noch von der Mitte aus projiziert, aber dann eher mit so einer Art Laserprojektoren, die viel präziser sind und auch viel flexibler sind, die man dann für die einzelnen Programme programmieren kann. Ich denke, in der Zukunft werden die Technologien, womit die Planetarium ihre Programme zeigen, einfach ein bisschen verfeinern, dass man noch genauer sehen kann und noch mehr in die Tiefe schauen kann. Und auch, was Hand in Hand damit geht, dass wir einfach immer mehr den Weltraum erforschen und auch andere Planeten und so eben auch neue Informationen kriegen, dass es einfach noch genauer sein wird. Ich denke, besonders für die jüngeren Generationen wäre es interessant, so eine Art fast wie 4D-Kinos zu machen, dass sich vielleicht sogar die Besitzer bewegen könnten oder irgendwas mit Wind passieren kann. Das ist einfach für besonders kleinere Zuschauer, einfach um die Lust an der Astronomie so ein bisschen zu wecken, das ein bisschen auch wie so eine Achterbahn machen zu lassen. Könnte ich mir sehr gut vorstellen.
Okay, so the idea is just don't prepare them, just see them and ask the questions. So we did some other ones. So this is from the United States, and Guilherme did one with his daughter in Brazil. And this was interesting, but whatever they say about the questions we asked them. So though many of you could just do the whole thing by yourselves. If you need any help with the edition, you just can send me the raw file with the interview. Can be done with a phone, excuse me, and just take care that the audio is clear and the image is clear. But I can do the edition for you if you want. Okay, but that's kind of our project.
Thanks, Marco. That's amazing. So applause from everyone, I think. I saw much applause here in the room. And I would be happy to see many more such videos, maybe one from each country, being produced. And I think it would be great to post this information that you just, maybe your presentation as you just showed it, on the website, so people can check the suggestions for the quality, for the video format, and your other recommendations. That would be great. Thank you for posting the email. Thanks. So, yeah, and in the chat, I just get the comment from Daniel Fischer, also from Germany, that they want like a holodeck-like experience to interact with the planets, to touch them, to move them. Hopefully not, but interesting. Yeah. So it's a comment directed towards the vendors. Go make it happen at some point. Are there more questions or comments? Otherwise, you can contact Marco directly. And now we are running very much ahead of schedule. So the next presentation would be along a similar line of thinking. Why don't we collect such messages not also from the general audience of planetariums? Asking, well, patrons who just visited a show, or who are about to enter for their thoughts on the planetarium. Not everybody will be saying something interesting, but out of this could be edited some kind of voices about the planetarium role to be used during Centennial celebrations and also for, at other occasions. Another thought that is even, well, more difficult to realize, but also possibly bigger, is to ask celebrities, scientists, politicians, show stars, movie stars, for their comments, for their thoughts about the planetarium. It does not have to be a 3-minute interview, as we just saw it. It could just be a very short comment that we ask such people to provide to us. Certainly our ambassadors would be able to help us in this way, but perhaps there can be more like this. And this was given some thought already. We do not have examples as such yet, but we recently had a meeting of the German Planetarium Society, GDP, once more, and discussed exactly this question: how can we arrive at this? And with us is Andreas Schmidt, again, who already joined us concerning the book project. And now I'm wondering if we should wait 5 minutes so as not to be ahead of schedule. Maybe someone joins us in 5 minutes to see just this presentation. But I think we can go ahead.
That's another quick and dirty from the Corona cave. I want to share. I don't see it. Yeah, okay. So I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, this topic was from celebrities, nearly the same like you've seen it before, but a bit looser, because we don't want to give any questions to them. And it's the working title. I don't know if you have a better idea. It's the hashtag I am Planetarian. And the goal is to get attention of people who are not involved into something that has to do with planetariums and so on. And so to get a new potential audience. The videos should be short, really short and simple, up to 60 seconds. And should contain a statement or the experience of the person with planetarium, something like that. And the collection of videos and the transferred into a corporate design. I don't know if I do it by myself or if you find someone who can do it better. It could be better than up to now, but I could collect it, and you're free to submit something in the next month to me, and there should be free access to these videos that everybody of you can use it in terms of the 100 years specials and so on. And I think we should publish them on the website. I'm not sure about it. Up to now, we have a lot of names and a lot of contacts in Germany to German celebrities, but we do not have any international in US, in France, in Japan, and so on. If you know someone, you could send me a short email of you and your contact and the name, that I can list it, and that I can ask you from time to time if it's done or not. And we're not interested up to now into ideas. There are many ideas of people's. It's more important to get the contacts to these people. You can see my email address. I can post it in a few minutes in the chat. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andreas. Actually, I think this has to be a major community project. Of course, I would be looking here at the affiliates, for example. Each affiliate, find your own local, celebrities and help with this. Jim Schweitzer just posts in the chat about a possible contact to Neil Tyson, and he can certainly say a few words about planetariums. But maybe also other persons who are not already so close to the topic might be great to have. So everybody, think about it. Do you know someone who knows someone? And get in touch. And also this, on the website, we have, well, right now the name, but we will improve. The website has to have a contact form for this purpose, and we will change it. And also, Andreas, you mentioned it, I think, recommendations for format of the video or quality recommendations of the video.
It's nearly the same like you've seen before, but only 60 seconds around.
Yeah. So it can be shorter, and also it is in some way meant to be edited later on by us, by IPS, to result in such a roll of comments that can be played in prominent places. Very good, great. So with this, we are now at the time at which this presentation should have started. We're already finished, so we get to have lunch or dinner or breakfast or wherever we are in the world earlier, perhaps. And the next topic is actually the Arts and Design Contest. I'm briefly asking Ryan across the room, did you read my message? Okay, so just checking, because there is something else we might want to present in between topics, but with this, sort of. Would you want to?
It's probably premature. We should talk about it.
Okay, good, great. So anyway, then let's share my screen, or let's first launch the presentation, actually. The Arts and Design Contest is a project that should have been presented by Volkmar Scheucht, who can, however, not be with us right now, so I'm stepping in for him. Maybe I should say sorry for presenting so much today. So here we go. Sorry again, waiting for my screen share. Sorry for my short problem. Here we go. Here we go. So the art and design contest, posters and Fulldome clips. What is it that we have in mind? Of course, to enrich the Centennial once more in one more way. We need some visual and other arts to complement our other activities. And instead of just tasking an artist, contracting an artist like we did with the trailer, we like to involve the community in this. And we propose, after discussing it in IPS, in other groups, to conduct a competition to create artworks for the Centennial in 3 categories. And this is mentioned here on the left side. You can see the 3 categories. The poster, the informative poster, the representational poster in a way. The art poster, second category, so does not need to be descriptive of the Centennial, does not have to be an announcing type of poster. And the third one, of course, obviously, a Fulldome short clip about the Centennial. The purpose for this is, of course, to enrich the marketing activities, also the presentations on perhaps the day of the Planetarium birthday on May 7th. I've mentioned it many times. Of course, to also enrich local events in which you in your planetarium might want to present an activity, and along with it, some interesting pieces to just enrich what you're presenting anyway. But also to allow to engage the general public, especially with the poster, of course, and to create more attention in this way. The whole thing would be targeted to, depending on the topic, depending on the category, on larger or smaller communities. But the most important thing is we need, of course, participants first. We need you, we need your cooperating artists to check out this opportunity and to get creative, to think about options, to think about possible entries into our competition. So we would like to ask and to approach all Fulldome producers in the world. And well, all creative artists, it might be a little bit thinking too large, but why not? Creative artists everywhere engage with us and think about preparing a poster, a Fulldome submission for our contest. Talking a little bit more about the 3 categories, the main poster as it is described here, so the first category should of course serve to advertise the Centennial, to announce it, and it should also have some properties that serve this purpose. So it should be possible to, for example, exchange the text, create language versions, and the requirements on our part would be that submission is not just one final uneditable PDF, but a design that we can still work with to create language versions, and of course that we are able to spread it throughout the world and use it in every possible way. Here are some visual examples that Volkmar assembled for us as examples of what such a main poster or an announcement poster might look like. So it should have, of course, a headline message. It should have certain parameters that allow to serve this purpose. This is the first category. Second is the art poster, and this is, of course, a much more free category. It does not need to have language versions, for example. It should be more inspirational, should be more decorative, of course, and should be more, serving to enrich the Centennial activities whenever they take place, wherever they take place. Again, in the same way, the requirement would be that IPS and all planetariums in the world are free to use this poster that you're submitting for their, promotional activities. Some examples for art posters, selection from Volkmar. So here there is text in the poster. Maybe we can imagine different concepts of art posters without text even. And so these would be two completely different kinds of posters that we are thinking about here. The third and maybe a little bit more work-heavy category are, of course, the Fulldome clips. And here we are looking for Fulldome art to be submitted in a short form, a couple of minutes, up to 5 minutes. I don't know if we would reject it if it is 6 minutes long, I guess not. But short, Fulldome shorts, that is the focus here. There are Fulldome festivals who are already in this, business of presenting and awarding or handing out awards for such Fulldome artworks, the famous Jena Fulldome Festival, for example. And looking at this tradition, such art pieces for the Centennial would be an amazing addition to present during the Centennial Cornerstone or Middlestone or other events. So we can think about many topics, many themes for such Fulldome clips. It should, of course, be in some way related to the Centennial topic, but it does, of course, not have to be descriptive of it. It can just be loosely related to it. And here is a wide range of topics that we thought up that could be the basis, the foundation of your Fulldome clip. So the planetarium and its relevance, the outside or outwards experience of planetariums, like its technology, its architecture, and many other things, but also a more personal, autobiographical approach to the planetarium. So I think creativity, there are no boundaries for the creativity here in this category. Just the one requirement here as well, we would like to have the option to actually use these submissions, these Fulldome clips, then at all Centennial events in all venues. So that is what we would ask for. And in each category, we would like to hand out 3 prizes, a first, second, and obviously a third prize. And here you can see the prize money, $1,000 US for the best submission in each category. So as it was already explained by Guilherme, concerning the grants, there will be a jury, by IPS and persons that IPS will select to be in this jury. And the jury will then, that is the plan, in late summer, early autumn of next year, select the best submissions in each category with the aim of having the winners known or presenting the winners during the opening ceremony on October 21st, 2023. The international jury, will be composed of persons nominated by IPS, and the submissions should be made through the Centennial website, which I will show again in a couple of, in a minute. We decided that for the posters, we like to directly accept your submissions once you have come up with a design that you would like to submit. Whereas for the Fulldome clips, we prefer, we ask you to register first as participants, and subsequently we would then provide you with information on how to upload and how to submit actually your artwork, your Fulldome artwork at a later time. In any case, we ask for submissions by September 1st next year, which will be just 5-6 weeks ahead of the date of the announcement of the winners. So submission deadline September 1st. And the registration, that applies to the Fulldome clips, whereas the posters could be submitted actually on the fly, well, not on the fly, but directly by September 1st. So with this, let me again stop my screen share and have a look with you at the website once more to show you the submission options. And here we go. The pardon, Centennial website and the art, design and art contest listed here. We have many projects, so it can take some time to find the right one, but don't be disencouraged. Here we go, the poster contest. And there will be the submission form, or there already is the submission form. Here it is here under news. The submission form, the description, the details of the submission in quite some detail, also the themes explained, and then obviously the submission form to upload your poster and give us your information. So you could, if you already have a design ready, would be amazing, submit it right now. The other project is the Fulldome Shorts contest. Maybe we want to rename that one. Sorry. Here we have the same information, the information on the submission guidelines with the submission, sorry, in this case, the registration form. So you can upload something here, but that should not be your actual Fulldome clip, which might be hard to do within 3 megabytes. But a just representative image, if you have it, it is not mandatory. So there is some time until the submission deadline, and it would be great to receive many submissions until then. Please get creative, and if you should not be a Fulldome artist or designer yourself, then please contact your local designers, Fulldome artists. Many planetariums, of course, have artists that they often work with. Let them know about this contest, spread the word, and then we can all be profiting from these submissions and from these artwork that we hope to receive. So I'm wondering, do we have any questions about this from the chat? I didn't see it in the last minutes. So, Michael, did you see any questions? Sorry, everyone, for my just having to read through the... Okay, yeah, that's a good additional idea. Thank you. So, with this, we have now, and also, of course, the prize money as well as the grant money for the local projects is provided by IPS itself, so enabling this project. And so we have 3 options actually to submit your ideas: the art and design contest in the 3 categories, and the grant for local projects, which is not a competition by itself, but of course also there we will have a jury selecting the best proposals. Next one is still some minutes to go, which would be an update on our planned Domecasting series. I'm not sure if all those presenting are already in the room, because here we are looking for some artists from Germany who are presenting together with me a first Domecasting project. And I'm not sure if they are in the room already. There's Tobias Wiethoff from Bochum Planetarium, who is coordinating this project. But before we get started, I just want to ask Tobias, is everybody already here? Could you check if they are in the room, or if we should actually wait until wait 15 minutes until we are scheduled to present this?
Yeah, I'm looking for Markus Rindt and Stefan Ostermeier. I don't see them right now.
I'm out of focus, yeah. Okay, so maybe they will come in a few minutes. As we discussed, they know that they should be here in 15 minutes. I just read in the chat a question concerning the previous presentation. Jim Schweitzer is asking if there wasn't the plan to have a design competition. Okay, so interesting. Jim is asking if there would be a planetarium design competition. So what you mean, Jim, I guess, is a design for a planetarium building or planetarium theater design. Is that correct? So we did not consider this because the scope might be more limited and the application during the Centennial might as well be more limited. Everybody can present a poster or a Fulldome clip. Not everybody can implement a planetarium design. So it might be, it is still an interesting idea.
Can I speak for just 1 minute?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for organizing this, Bjorn and Zeiss and RSA and everybody. I'm just amazed at how much work you guys have done. And I'm really thrilled to just watch and participate. But a few years ago, as a magazine called 11 Magazine, I think they're actually out of business now, they would supported design competitions, mostly for architecture students and design students. And they did one on planetariums. I put the link in the chat. These planetariums were fascinating. They are totally out of the box. Almost none of them could ever be realized, but they were tremendously imaginative. I urge people to look at those just for the fun of it and go down the link to see some of these things. They were quite amazing. And I think I don't know how to do this, but I think it would behoove us as for being forward-looking to think about having a competition to envision the planetarium for the next 100 years. It's really was tremendously engaging. Look at that competition. It would require probably architecture students or people who would do that sort of design, but it was a lot of fun. And I think, it could make even just a fun short show of just imaginative designs for the future. Anyways, I'll let you get back to your thing, but that's what I'm talking about. Look at the link. Anyways, good luck.
It's an amazing idea. So yeah, we should consider this. And I wonder if it is a competition that might be running even without a prize offered, but let's think about this. Yes.
I think, look at with 11 Magazine, I was a judge with a bunch of other architects, and I don't know that there was a money prize. It was just the recognition. It would require engaging with architectural educators because these were really architecture students or really design students. But it's a way to go beyond our community to people who imagine and do these things. I work a lot, as most of you know, with architects who work on really high-end places like China and New York and other places. And these architects are dying to do really wonderful things outside of just the ball in the box sort of things. Anyways, good luck. If people have questions, they can talk to me.
Thanks. I guess we still have some minutes of spare time until we can begin the next presentation. So we can have a couple of minutes of free discussion time. If you have some comments or ideas revolving around any of the before presented talks, then let us know. And Marco is actually raising his hand. Marco?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you're discussing this later, but the International Day of Planetariums, which we have on March, can we move it to May 7th, starting next year, 2023, instead of waiting until 2024? I mean, it's just probably we can talk about that later, but just thinking about doing it.
It's a good suggestion. I was planning to discuss the planetarium birthday details later in our second part of the meeting, discussion part. But anyway, we have the time for it now. So yes, of course. I mean, the birthday of the planetariums, this year we had the 97th birthday of planetariums on May 7th. Question is, what could practically happen if we announce it or create an event, an announcement for May 7th of the next year? It would be like a kind of prequel to the Centennial. It might be a good idea. Question is, what could happen on that day for 2024? The hope is that we get submissions or ideas from the grants, that we have a Centennial material ready to be shown, to be presented, And most of this would not be there on May 7th, 2023, which does not mean that it's not a good idea. I'm just wondering, what would we need to make it successful, to make something happen on that day? Or would it maybe be useful, even without any special content, that we can distribute just an announcement? Here is the day, celebrate. Yeah, any other thoughts on this day of planetariums, planetarium birthday, May 7th? If it could already be used a good idea to celebrate this, to introduce this in the next year, ahead of the Centennial. Otherwise, another attempt. Do we have the speakers for the next presentation already here? Tobias, can you remind me again of the two names?
We are looking for Markus Rindt and Stefan Ostermeier. Give him a call. I know that Markus, the director of the Dresdner Symphonics, also has to get out of another event to take part in this. So it was quite we needed some timing. I will give him a call and tell him that we are that we can start in any minute now.
That's great. One other thing to mention in this short break time that we're having right now is something that Max Rössner from GDP mentioned in his talk about the UNESCO Heritage Project, and which I would have mentioned later on in a half slide, but which I can mention now as we have a break in some time. GDP has been successful in organizing a German mail postage stamp to celebrate or to realize a commemorative stamp for the Centennial. Actually, that required a lot of interaction with the authorities, in that case the Federal Ministry of Finance in Germany. And after submitting an application some years ago, with a lot of text work to be done for that by Max Rössner, actually also himself, we were successful in being selected as one of the German postage stamp themes for the year 2023. By now there is even a design for this stamp, and I could show it to you, but in that case I would be in violation of agreements with the Federal Ministry, so I will not show it to you. It will be presented on the opening of the Centennial Day, October 21st, 2023, so in 1 year. Even before that, GDP member Andreas Scholl, I think I saw him in the room also, did create a postage stamp for the Austrian mail, but under another scheme, not an official stamp to be bought and used on your letters everywhere and in every post office, but under a different scheme in which individual persons can create their individual stamps. He just writes in the chat he still has a few available. Maybe I can show you quickly, or I will show it in a minute. I have an image with Andreas's permission, I hope, in my presentation of his stamp. But that is not the official German mail one. And of course, this is a useful thing only inside Germany. But it might serve as an example of what can be done. Also, our experience was in actually trying to get support for the stamp, support letters from mayors of planetarium cities, from the governors of the 2 German states in which Jena and Munich are located, and many others. We were quite successful in getting the attention and the support from those politicians, even for our subsequent plans. So this stamp served as some way entry door to get the attention of politics even. Although the stamp itself is just a small thing in the true sense of the word, it has helped a little bit with other things. So this will also be presented during the opening ceremony on October 21st, 2023, along with many other things. And that is the presentation after the next one. So again, are we ready to start to talk about the Domecasting project? Not yet, as it seems.
Somebody has, no, has not entered the waiting room. At least somebody, but not the one that we are waiting for. Yeah, I couldn't reach him via phone. As I said, I know that he is in another at another occasion, but he planned to be there. Anyway, now I see him entering. Okay, that's the
great. So then let me get started, because I wanted to give a very brief introduction to this topic of the Domecasting project. So I will once more share my screen. This we had, and next is the Domecasting project. So Domecasting, as most of you will know, is the live transmission of a presentation, in a planetarium presentation, in the Fulldome format to other planetariums, to be shown there in Fulldome format as well. In most cases, well, the original term, I guess, describes an interchange of control commands, control data packages, not actual images. So it's like a kind of remote control of the real-time projection system in one dome from another one, and is thus proprietary within one vendor type of software, and limited to planetariums using that certain software package. It has been used as such by many planetariums already for quite some time, but alternatively, it can also mean, and we might be criticized now for not using the term in its correct, I hope not in some way, fixed way, but it can also be a video stream that is sent in Fulldome format from one planetarium to others to receive and then project again in Fulldome. And this is what we're talking about mostly here. So why do we actually see this as an element of the Centennial? Why? I mean, it is, of course, related to what makes planetariums special, that they are live presenting, so have a personal aspect to the presentation, an up-to-date element to the presentation, and of course immersive. And at many times, science talks in a planetarium can be, of course, live, but sometimes not immersive. Sometimes the immersivity, data visualization aspect, for example, can be lacking in a presentation, needs preparation work, needs knowledge in some fields that not every science presenter might have. And so it can help if one planetarium is instrumental in preparing a science visualization rich talk together with a presenter, and then offer this talk via Domecasting to other planetariums. So that is why we thought it might be great to include in the Centennial as a project. I remember our president, Kaoru, presented some time ago, I think when we started the Centennial long ago, that there should be like a project of 100 Domecasts for the 100th anniversary. And this is, still, hopefully, a goal to be reached. But we have some hurdles to overcome. First of it is the question of technology. We had a discussion in GDP some months ago about what the best approach might be, if it should be open for all planetariums, not limited to one platform. For example, my colleague Mark Horath from Luzern in Switzerland is here, who had made some good experiences with this. And we are still in the process of coming up with a reference architecture to recommend to everybody who would want to participate in such events. It is not yet there, but it is one work package that is being worked on. Then, of course, the requirement is to design a lecture series, like with considering aspects aspects such as the time zones and the languages. Maybe we might have a series of Latin American Domecasts or one of German language Domecasts, or limited by time zone for European and African planetariums, at another time for Australian and Asian ones. These are things to be considered. And the last or third one is, of course, who are the speakers? Who do we find them? Or maybe who are the planetariums presenting it? And then they will have their speakers that they are already used to work with. For this, we in GDP are entering a partnership with the German Astronomical Society, making them aware of the Centennial that's coming up, asking them how can they support it, how can they accompany this anniversary year, and of course, being the Astronomical Society, it is some kind of scientific aspect that they can be most helpful, most supportive with, and that is to help us arranging and designing this lecture series that we hope to present as a kind of German language section of a Domecasting project. So that said, this is still more than a year ahead. We're not as far with this planning as being able to present a schedule or actual topics that the Domecasting elements will be about. But while all this was a thought to present astronomically motivated data visualization talks, there is a completely different idea, which also is a great enrichment of the Centennial celebrations, and that is Domecasting of not a science visualization, science communication event, but of a cultural event. And it could be a kind of flagship of the whole Domecasting project. And that is what we are planning to talk about now. And with this, I would like to turn it over, because now the time is there, that we can start with it, to Tobias Wiedhoff, Markus Rindt, and I hope the third person is also there with us.
Stefan Ostermeier, I haven't seen him so far. And that we will, I think, start, and maybe he will join us.
Okay, so just to introduce briefly, Tobias Wiedhoff from Bochum Planetarium. And there is everyone. Okay. Okay, Tobias.
Okay. Well, hello, fellow planetarians. Good to see many of you. My name is Tobias Wiedhoff. I'm from the Bochum Planetarium. I'm a producer of planetarium shows, head of production, and also somewhat of an artistic director at the Bochum Planetarium. And in Bochum, we do many things, especially aside from the astronomical things, in terms of cultural programming and especially live programming in the recent years. We are hosting or conducting a festival for immersive arts, for instance, the Dive Festival, in which the interplay between live interaction and immersive video is at the core. And end of last year, we did an interesting project, a prototype with a Fraunhofer from Berlin, with a Heinrich Hertz Institute with Christian Weisig and Emanuel Schiebe from the Focus Fraunhofer of Berlin, in where we streamed a 360-degree video stream from a concert that took place in Berlin to the Bochum Planetarium. And also the concert was taking place in different places. So we also combined it with 60:9 classical videos that was streamed from other places. It all was put together as one experience in our planetarium dome. And was a proof of concept. It worked, was quite interesting experience that an audience can take part in a live concert, be it even remote 500 kilometers away, and can be still a captivating experience. And then we, a few weeks later, we've seen the initiative by Bjorn to do something with this cutting edge technology around the Centennial. And as Bjorn already mentioned, we talked in the GDP amongst colleagues, and we also, as a Planetarium Bochum, reconvened with our partners from Fraunhofer. And the result was that we sort of needed a framework, a project in which to develop this technology and also like technology-wise, but also conceptually further. And then I wrote a little white paper outlining how to when you connect several domes over the Earth, you could actually create a virtual space or a mixture of a real and virtual space that spans the globe, basically a big planetarium or a big venue that is goes across the globe. And the interesting potential that is within this technology, also an interesting potential for the future planetarium. And then through Fraunhofer, we met the Dresdner Symphonics. The Dresdner Symphonics are a symphonic orchestra that works at the cutting edge of art, but also at technology, and has already experience with combining several remote working musicians into one experience. And also since the Markus Rindt, who will further on explain the idea a little bit further, is a fan of astronomy. Things really seemed matched really very well. We met with the Fraunhofer people again, and together we developed an idea that we think reflects the planetarium and the fascination of the planetarium in many facets, from scientific to cultural. Also that the international idea of the planetarium is very well reflected. Markus Rindt, the director of the Dresdner Symphonic, will expand on this idea. Since it is a project that we that depends on many people, on many planetariums participating, I will leave in the chat our contact data. And with this, I will hand over to Markus Rindt from the Dresdner Symphonics.
Thank you very much, Tobias. There's also Stefan Ostermeier. He is meanwhile, he arrived. Good evening. I'm actually in the concert right now, and I make a break here in outside. I would like to introduce this idea. So I'm the director of the Dresdner Sinfonica. This is a project orchestra for exceptional projects worldwide, and we have a lot of experience with music making over great distances, also via continents. So the idea is we want to connect 6 famous places of astronomical history on 6 continents live with each other, so that the musicians, the ensembles on these locations can play with each other live via internet connection with low latency. This stream of this exceptional concert will combine in Berlin and will broadcast it live to all planetariums worldwide, so that the people can listen worldwide to a concert from live played by 6 groups of musicians with ethnic instruments, also transmitted into the planetariums. All will be projected in 360 degrees, and the audience will also learn about these fantastic astronomical places worldwide. So we choose very special places, and we would like to combine musicians from these specific cultures, so that each place we choose, like in Chichen Itza on Yucatan, for example, Mayan musicians, for example, or Middle East, from Asia, let's say the Ulugh-Bek Observatory, musicians from Uzbekistan, from Samarkand, or musicians from Egypt, when we choose a place in Egypt. These fantastic places, let me tell you what we choose. For example, For South America, we would like to take the Very Large Telescope on Cerro Paranal in Chile. It's of course not a historical place, but it will write history in future. And for example, in Australia, the Cosmos Centre in Charleville, and a very fantastic place also in India, in Rajasthan, in the Jantar Mantar Observatory in Jaipur. And on each place we have fantastic connections. We already have a lot of friends, musicians around the world. We can engage for this fantastic concert. And the Fraunhofer Institute, this I'm sure you will heard about the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. They will be responsible for the transmission of this video to every participating planetarium. And it would be a great honor if you would join as much as possible so that we can make this a great success, because it has never been done, such a project on 6 continents, live played by musicians from these cultures live together. And I want to mention as well that these pieces which will be played in this moment shall be pieces by composers from these countries as well. So when we choose Mayan musicians, for example, from Mexico, we would like to have also a Mayan or maybe a Mexican or Guatemalan composer. Or let me say, when we choose musicians from Samarkand, it would be great to have a composer from Uzbekistan. The Dresdner Sinfonica will also take part in this project, but they will perform as an orchestra inside the Planetarium of Bochum, because the Planetarium of Bochum and Tobias Miethoff, he is the initiator of this project. Thanks to him, we have this idea. One more thing. This special event should take place 3 times that day, every 8 hours, so that everyone around the globe can experience this fantastic concert in a convenient time. So we will perform 3 times per day. So I think one thing I forgot to mention. There should be a moderator. We thought about Chris Hadfield, for example, or Alexander Gerst, 2 astronauts, 2 famous astronauts, so that these astronauts or one of them could moderate this concert and to get in the dialogue with each astronomical site, with each place of these 6 places, to communicate with them and to introduce this fantastic history of these places. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rindt and Tobias and Mr. Ostermeier, thank you very much for this amazing project. When I first heard about it, I was immediately excited because it is exactly what captures the spirit of the Centennial. This idea, this message that we want to send out to the world, that planetariums do more novel, more modern, more unexpected things than just showing the constellations. And here in this project, everything comes together and is perfectly fitting. It is spans the globe. It is transmitted to the planetariums in their image format. And it will be just perfect as one of the key events during our centennial anniversary year. As I know, there will be some elements still to be, there are some elements which are still to be taken care of. For example, the financing of some aspects. And for this, we need support. We need just the support from all of you, raising your hands and saying, we are interested in participating in this, in showing this once it is ready to be broadcast, right?
And
so
the best
I wonder, yeah, Mr. Rindt.
The best thing is to taking part is for free. So everyone who will take part, it is for free.
Right. But I think it can be useful for you for the project if we can have a number of planetariums who already, basically sign up and say, yes, this is amazing and we want to be a part of this, yes? So
certainly.
Yes,
that is basically what we mean by support. If there are planetariums that are on board with this and would maybe write or a letter of intent or so to be to want to show this, is of course very good for getting this project to the full stage. I mean, we will, as a Planetarium of Bochum, commit ourselves with our means, with part of our means, but also with our efforts, of course, to making this happen. But to get it into this ideal version, I mean, I'm reading here in the chat, maybe a stream from the ISS as well.
Yes, exactly. We had an advanced meeting to discuss the project.
This kind of commitment is perfect to get things then really going.
Yeah. Sorry, connect to the ISS. It is an amazing idea. We mentioned it already during an advanced meeting to discuss this, which we had a few days ago. And well, it might not be possible now, but we should work on this possibility for a future project. There is no date. Another question in the chat: if there is a date selected? No, it is not. Do we have any boundaries on the possible date? I think not yet, right? Yeah,
but it will be rather to the end of the centennial year. Mm-hmm. So to give everybody, because of course this needs preparation, and to give everybody enough time to prepare and all, the logistics and so of this. So
there is
not the beginning, rather the end. Mm-hmm.
Another question in the chat, or suggestion rather. Well, easier realized than the ISS maybe, to involve someone in Antarctica playing from there. Well, it is not an easy thing, I think, but maybe possible.
It would be possible, of course, but is there an observatory or is there something astronomical? Yeah.
Yes.
It could be interesting, of course.
The South Pole station, there is a number of astronomical instruments, actually.
Yeah, I think more the question is about the music scene at the South Pole.
There is no local musical tradition there, or is there?
Yeah. Exactly.
And another comment in the chat is that with this project, one might even apply for the Guinness Book of Records as the first concert spanning 6 continents, or even all continents. So that would also be an amazing thing, that planetariums make it this way into the Guinness Book of Records.
Right. Is this Schweitzer? Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I used to be the assistant director of the observatory of the pole. Okay, and we actually did a program with Planetarium Hamburg years ago, and they sent beer down to thank the people at South Pole. This was quite a number of years ago, but I can maybe help with some context. What would be the date for this? Is it what time of the year?
It's probably in summer 2024.
Which summer, Austral or northern?
Not next. Good question. The summer of the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, so it will be winter there, and so especially pole, it's pretty much closed in the winter. There are people, but there are certainly musicians go there. There was a band at the South Pole at one time. The challenge will be bandwidth. Geostationary satellites are below the horizon at the South Pole, and so they would have to rely on Elon Musk or something like that. So if you're very interested, I can try to make contacts with the South Pole Observatory.
It would be very nice.
And if there was, yes, and so email me in the chat, your email address. And the trick is to see if there's a winter over who plays an instrument. And there's always a good chance that they're bored to death in the winter. And this might be entertaining to them. Yes. Okay.
I think Tobias, you already mailed our email contacts, yeah?
Yeah, they're in the chat. I can put them.
Yes. So my name is Marcus Rindt.
And I'll try to pick up, the University of Chicago is my contact, but the U.S. Antarctic program manages.
Thank you very much.
And we'll look for a winter over. And you may have to do with what you get, though. They may have a terrible voice or be a very poor guitar player, but I'm sure there could be someone. Yeah.
Super, very, very nice. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. This is really an amazing project. And actually it can influence and should influence also the closing ceremony of the Centennial, which as part of some visions that some of us have in their minds, might also be a globally distributed event, not a single concert, but well, a larger event, but using a similar technology and spanning the globe in a similar way. And with that, it is like already kind of introduction for the following talk. Is Martin Kraus already in the room? So we need him, and that's we might have to wait a few minutes longer. So thank you, Mr. Rindt, thank you, Mr. Ostermann, and thank you, Tobias. Are there more questions or suggestions for the Domecasting project, maybe also concerning the other aspects, science talks? So we might have a few minutes for that still. And otherwise, I should try to speak about the opening ceremony on my own. Yeah, suggestion to stream such events, not just to Planetarium domes, but also on YouTube 360. So, Martin Kraus is not here as it seems. Background to waiting for him is that he will be the presenter, obviously, but the opening ceremony of the Centennial has been mentioned many times now. It is planned to be on October 21st, 2023, the 100th anniversary of the day on which the first presentation to an audience with a Planetarium projector took place. That was a closed presentation at Deutsches Museum in Munich. Basically, the just finished projector was presented for the first time to well, stakeholders, supporters of the Deutsches Museum organization. And on this day, we want to open the Centennial and introduce and present most elements or most projects that have until then resulted in, well, yeah, their products. The show premiere, the first presentation of the book, on the small side of things, the mail postage stamp, as I mentioned, but also the presentation of the winners of the arts and design contest. Perhaps some way involvement of the winners of the grants and other elements. And this celebration is going to take place simultaneously in Jena and Munich, so not as a globally distributed thing yet. The basic vision behind it is that the Centennial starts in Jena and Munich, moves around the world and culminates on the closing date in a global connected event, in some way similar to what we just discussed or heard concerning the global concert, but on a larger scale. So, but the opening ceremony will be, as I just said, more localized, taking place in Jena and Munich simultaneously, and will be broadcast on YouTube in English language. It will be an English language event, although in Germany, to be followed throughout the world. We want to include welcome addresses from all continents, but at a lower level, not musical elements, but just welcome addresses from one planetarium from each continent. We're still figuring out the details, But one detail is already quite clear. ZEISS will be a major supporter of this event, sponsor of this event, not necessarily the single sponsor of the Centennial, as I mentioned, but of this event. So thanks at this point to ZEISS once more. But unfortunately, and since they are very much involved in this, one of their representatives, Volkmar Scheucht, is actually organizing, coordinating the preparation of this event. He cannot be here, same as with the arts and design contest, but Martin Kraus, head of ZEISS Planetarium Division, was planning to be here and present and to present the current status of the preparations. The preparations take place in a group together with, well, me representing IPS and GDP, him representing ZEISS company, and of course the two venues at which the ceremony is will take place, which is Deutsches Museum in Munich and Planetarium Jena. And it will be an event starting, well, running for a number of hours, some time needed to have addresses from sponsors, from politicians, but also, of course, from the patron and ambassadors of the Centennial, to include the global welcome addresses from planetariums from all continents. Except Antarctica, we're still working on that option. Maybe we have to send a mobile dome there. Hey, maybe someone will apply for a grant to travel with a mobile dome to Antarctica. Maybe we will have to raise the grant money for that, but it is a possibility, perhaps. So, and
there used to be, sorry, there used to be an arts program sponsored by the National Science Foundation of the U.S. So if you could, I don't know if they still do that, but they used to sponsor artists to go there, but I don't think in the wintertime. At least
well, this is going to be in the summertime or springtime for Antarctica. It's October 21st.
It's still there. There's no flights in or out at that time. So they would, but we may find someone who can help and at least check the box off on your continents. That's the important thing.
Okay. Yeah, and with this, well, there would be further details to present, but now we really need the planned speaker with us. Martin Kraus, is he here already? Well, he mentioned he would be arriving in Montreal during, well, the earlier part of the meeting. So in case he is delayed, he might not be able to present, unfortunately. So, well, in that case, let me continue with my presentation, and maybe if he comes in, we can switch to his, to him immediately. So let me once again, and the final time, share my screen. And as I realize, I somehow killed my presentation, so let me relaunch. Here we go. So we heard about many projects that will run for the Centennial, during the Centennial, many things to profit from, to participate in, and to further develop. And now one question, of course, can be, what else is there? This is not yet all. There is more, a little bit more at least. There are some projects which are not yet near their completion or on a good way to be published or moving forward, to be moved forward. But I want to mention some of those as well before we have a short break. One of these projects is a comic book about the invention of the planetarium. We had launched a collaboration with a German publisher, Mosaic, known for their science-related comic stories. You see here one of their issues of their magazine involving early astronomy. That's Cassini, for example, who was there, visited by the comic book heroes. And in this series of comic books, there was the project to actually have an issue about the planetarium invention, in which Bauersfeld and other actors would have been featured. But unfortunately, this project is, well, paused for the moment due to a very sad occurrence. This was moved forward, or actually planned, being done by one of members of our GDP Centennial group, deputy head of the group in some way, Jörg Fiedler, who sadly passed away this year, shortly ahead of the GDP conference. He was already registered and then he did not come. Yeah, so, and with him now not pursuing this project anymore, the publisher, well, he had a very good personal contact to the publisher. That's the reason why this was actually possible. With him having passed away, this project is currently on hold, and we're hoping to be able to reactivate it and to have actually this comic book ready for release later during the Centennial period. So keeping our fingers crossed on this one. Another member of our GDP group is in contact with the publisher, but it's not quite sure yet that it will actually continue to move ahead. This one I already mentioned, the commemorative stamp, and here you also already see the already mentioned Austrian stamp from Andreas Scholl. He mentioned that some of these stamps are already available, still available. I don't know in which way this can serve us. Well, I guess we have to travel to Austria and send a letter from there, then it is a useful idea. And so this is another element of the Centennial opening, the stamp. And then there are many additional plans, as I just said, who have not yet really launched, but who we still want to get moving before the Centennial starts. One is, just to mention it briefly, a TV documentary, and we are in first communication with German TV stations about the production of such a feature, possibly. Another idea that was voiced early on during our brainstorming sessions was to create a calendar of astronomical discoveries throughout the 100 years that the planetariums existed, and as an additional element on the Centennial website. So maybe that is something that someone can still work on. We're looking for volunteers to work with us on these projects. Another project is another GDP initiative to work with German political entities to create a publication on cultural politics aspects of the planetarium. So that is very interesting because it will serve to not just market or promote the planetarium to the general public, but also to raise awareness of its significance to decision makers in politics. Next to last, an initiative to collect or create a pool of Centennial-themed artists' performances, closely related to the grants project, closely related to the birthday of the planetariums. The idea is many planetariums regularly work with recurring artists, and we could encourage our artists, so to speak, to create an artistic performance, to present an artistic performance themed around the Centennial topic during the anniversary year. And if something like this can be created, it might be recreated in another planetarium, maybe with such an artist already offering his presentation, their presentation in other planetariums. So if there would be a pool, a collection of such offers of artists' performances, that would serve and help the Centennial celebrations on a local level. And last one, quite obvious, we should have Centennial t-shirts, mugs. I would like to drink my coffee not from this beautiful paper cup, but a Centennial mug. And why not? Why just t-shirts and mugs? Why not also, someone came up with the idea, pillow. Now, without wanting to get silly, what about the slogan 100 years of good sleep? Probably not, probably not. So, and last one, and the last one of the, well, core projects, and the only one of those that we deem most important to realize, and the only one of those that I did not even mention so far, is a poster exhibition. This one will definitely be created, although it is not ready to be presented yet. A series of 10 to 15 posters presenting planetarium histories in a low threshold way to be self-printed by every planetarium and exhibited on their premises in their entrance halls That is something that we will definitely prepare before the start of the Centennial period. So with this final summary, how can my planetarium participate? How can I participate in the Centennial? Well, I guess you realized by now that there are so many ways, but let me just summarize. Download the trailer and present it now in your planetarium. It is there. It is ready to be presented and to spread the word. And the trailer, besides this, is not just advertising the Centennial, but if you listen to it again, it is actually advertising the planetarium itself to persons who are not yet familiar with it. Sign up for the educational package that we presented. It helps us realize all the other projects which are not yet ready to be published. Then, of course, once it's ready, download the show from the website and present it, the Centennial show. The book might be sold in your planetarium gift shop. The Day of Planetariums, we will discuss it after the break, May 7th, is something that is another, well, not corner, but middle stone, as I try to call it, of the Centennial. So participate with your planetarium, prepare an event, and on a larger scale, if you want to contribute a little bit more, get creative, submit an entry to one of our contests, or get even more creative, apply for one of the grants, or now on the top league of activity, work with us on the poster exhibition, which is yet to be finalized. Work with us on one of the Domecasting events, create one of those video messages that we want to collect, or most importantly, and final point before the break, create language versions in your language. So this goes out to all the affiliate organizations, but also single planetariums in all countries of the world, which are not speaking English. Translate the website into your language, translate the trailer video, translate the show. Okay, that's going to happen later, or the poster exhibition once it's ready. But website and trailer are there now. For the trailer, you can download all the basic information and create your own language version right away without consulting us. Of course, we would like to know if you manage to create a trailer version in Spanish, in Japanese, in Chinese, in your language. That would be amazing. So my message is download the materials that are there now, use them, and translate them if you can. And with this, I think we are at the end of the first part of the meeting, although technically there would be more time. We can check once more. Is Martin Kraus in the room now? No. Okay, maybe we can present some more details on the opening ceremony that we now missed during this at the beginning of the second part. With this, let's have a break, lunch break for us here in Montreal, maybe dinner break or breakfast break for you wherever you are on the globe. And after the break, let's discuss some more about those topics that are on my screen now, these topics in which we are looking for more involvement and more comments and more ideas from all of you. So please make sure to come back after the break in 50 minutes. Thanks for now. And here we go again. The meeting is being recorded. So if you should have missed the first part, I received some such messages, then you will be able to actually see it later on, Michael? On the IPS YouTube channel, it will be posted later on. So, welcome back to the second part of the meeting. And actually, in the first part, we could not, unfortunately, not present all elements that we had planned to, because not everybody could be here in time. I'm asking Martin Kraus, are you here now? I see you in the room. Yes. Hello.
Yes. Hello. I'm there.
Okay. So, and so in the first part of the meeting, we had planned to give a short address about the planned opening ceremony. And I said a few words, but I could not present it as it was planned. So do we want, or would you want to say a few words about it now, as we didn't do it in the first part?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sure. Then I have to.
So just as a reminder for those who joined late, the opening ceremony, as I already mentioned, in the first part of the meeting is largely enabled by Zeiss company, which certainly does not exclude any other sponsor or contributor of the Centennial, but this is why we are organizing it between GDP, IPS, the two host venues, Jena and Munich, Deutsches Museum, and Zeiss, of course. So I'm quiet now. Mr. Kraus.
So, okay. Do you see my slides?
We do.
Okay. Then let's start. 1 second. Little problem. 1 minute. Now, okay. The slides. Volkmar Schort helped me to put these slides together, and I'm presenting now on behalf of him, as he is now traveling in the moment. I think you are all aware about the date, October 21, 1923. And I think I do not have to talk too much about this. Of course, we want or see this event as a joint event of all planetarians, of all manufacturers, and all friends of this community. And this should be definitely an international event. Maybe I say a few words how it developed. At the first, of course, Zeiss had always the plan to have an anniversary event like it was at the 75th, the 50th, and the 25th anniversary. And then the GTP, Bjorn, and Planetarium Jena came up with the idea to have an event in the Jena Planetarium. And then we intensively thought about how we can have an event, the kind of Zeiss event and GTP, IPS event, as it is on the same date, on the same day. We merge this so that it appears to a common event, not a separate event for Zeiss, a separate event for GTP and others. That's our idea. Later, then the Munich people came up and approached us if Zeiss and Munich can have a joint meeting together, and we could not deny this, as you know, the Munich was the place everything began for the public. Many things happened earlier, but for the public it started in Munich. So you see, so the main players for us are IPS and GTP, definitely. For also institutions and planetariums worldwide. The German Deutsches Museum as the place of the first presentation of a projector. Zeiss, for Zeiss, we consider this as our own anniversary too, of course. And the Zeiss Jena Planetarium as the place we had the previous anniversaries. Zeiss had the previous anniversaries, and of course the Planetarium's community. So how bring this everything together? Two physical locations and the global community. This was the task we thought about. How can we make this happen on the same day, on the same date? This is the challenge. So we have these physical venues, but also the global community from everywhere. So our idea is to bring this together like a sports event. When you have Olympic Games, you have different locations and different sports, and one moderation brings it to the screen for the public. This is a little bit the idea. So we want to have one cross-location moderation who shifts around the microphone from, let's say, Jena to the United States to Asia, wherever. And then simultaneous presentations of the planned anniversary activities, the premiere of the Planetarium film, and everything, of course, should be streamed and recorded like we do it now for the planetarians, which do not participate online, but also we want to stream it online for every interested planetarium. Some messages, I think that I can skip this. This is a general message of the anniversary. I think many of you think already about this. This was other ideas from us. So in Munich, the Munich people, they came late into the game, and they plan a special exhibition inside the German Museum, Deutsches Museum. This exhibition should be opened in, I think it's May 7th. It is the birthday of Oskar von Müller. Everything in Munich happens on May the 7th. And it should stay there approximately 1 year. They want to display all the historical astronomical planetarium projectors, beginning with the Model 1 and all the others they had in the past years in use, and as well as many historic planetarium or astronomical equipment. Then definitely they will have an image wall where they explain the history of planetariums. I've not seen the drafts yet, but I think they are thinking about this. And then part of this special exhibition will be a mobile dome, 10-meter diameter. And this will be an active planetarium with a star projector and a hybrid system. And they will have shows there all the time. Yes, and directly adjacent to the special exhibition is this auditorium with about 200 seats, and I think there the event, the Munich part of the event, will happen. Jena Planetarium is also the longest surfing planetarium in the world, and there we had our previous anniversaries. They, I think this is then the side of GTP IPS, I understand, but this is not, this is just my idea. This is to be defined, who will be there, who will be in Munich. There is nothing fixed yet, but I think this will be tasked of the working groups also to think about who will be there and who will speak from globally. Global. Yes, this is just an idea of a program. Also have to be defined. Also should be part of the working group to figure out what we can do, so that it is not too much, but it should be interesting for all and should include all the players in this community. We think about a patron should be a famous person, globally known. And then, of course, we will have these greetings from politics, the local politics. It's not unavoidable of the community, global. And yeah, or maybe we can have a famous speaker who wants to talk about the relevance of the planetarium into the modern society. No name yet, but everybody is welcome to bring proposals and Fulldome clips, presentations, and so on. And the Fulldome film. Fulldome film is also a challenge. We can do it in Jena in the big planetarium. We can do it in Munich in the 10-meter planetarium, but it will be difficult to how we do it globally. But also streaming of Fulldome movies is also possible. Then on the local sites, definitely it will be there will be a buffet or something, a nice evening reception. Also have to be defined and open for more. Size, what would be part of size or what we propose or suggest. We think about engagement of an independent, experienced and professional event agency, which will take over the project management of this event, the coordination of all speaking or participating participants, the moderation, of course, the unit, the central moderation, and care about the broadcasting technology, which is necessary. Yes, what we also ZEISS is also supporting the German Museum in creating the special exhibition or the relocations of this historic projectors and so on. We will help them, and also with the 10-meter dome. Yeah, but this is not final yet. We are open. All interested parties are welcome to contribute ideas and more to this proposal. That's on my side. If you have any questions or such ideas, I'm open. Mute.
Oh, am I being heard? Yes.
Yeah, now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Martin Kraus. Any questions or comments on the topic of the opening ceremony? So, as I explained earlier in the first part of the meeting, the overall vision is that, of course, since the planetarium was born in these locations, that is where we also start the anniversary year, naturally. And then it moves throughout the anniversary year around the world, or to all corners of the globe, if the globe can have corners, and will then be closed in 2025 with the closing event, which is not yet fully defined, but for which the vision could be, or should be, as I think, a global event being hosted not in one place or two places, but basically with distributed hosting. And we had earlier in the first meeting a presentation about Domecasting events, about a pilot project or Domecasting flagship project, about a concert taking place simultaneously on all 6 continents. And that is something I think to be expanded on for the closing event. But this was, of course, the opening event, and this is, as I see, very well planned already, and I'm very thankful for ZEISS to work on this, and of course to our hosting locations, Munich and Jena, who are not now here, Stefan Harnisch or, no, they're not here. Well, so thanks to them. And questions, comments? So one question in the chat, but I think that is a question really to the colleagues at Deutsches Museum and to Christian Zicker there, who is in charge of those aspects, I think. The question is if there's this exhibition, which is going to be very interesting also for our colleagues worldwide coming to the IPS conference shortly after this time frame. If it cannot be prolonged for 2 or 3 months, by 2 or 3 months, to be able to enable that conference participants could still view it. And then there was the interesting question if the exhibition could not be moved to Berlin, to the conference location, maybe even, to be seen and displayed there. But we doubt, Andreas Scholl is an expert, and he doubts that Deutsches Museum would be willing to move the Zeiss Mark I model to another place. You think it's possible?
We can talk about why not. Should be safe everything, but actually the 10-meter dome we will installed in Munich. We think about to bring it to Berlin too, if it makes sense. If it makes sense, if it makes no sense, then
Talking about conference participants travel to Germany in 2024, before or after the conference. One other idea, now that we're entering a more discussion and brainstorming part of this meeting, that was voiced before, actually was an idea during this year's GDP meeting, is that there could be a kind of planetarium history travel guide, highlighting locations that are relevant to planetarium history. There's more than just Jena or Munich, although they are great in every regard, of course. And one such site is the place where, or might be the place where the so-called second Model 1 is still in service. So there is, actually, I hope I'm not saying anything wrong here. I'm not a historian myself, but there is, if I don't misunderstood, a second copy of the Model 1 projector. Now, somebody pointed out to me it's not an exact copy. There are some slight differences. But anyway, a second Model 1 projector, which for a long time was stored mostly at Museum at Den Haag in the Netherlands, and has been reactivated and has been, well, I don't know if refurbished, but just reactivated by an enthusiast who is now well, not displaying it, but actually using it as a normal planetarium show projector in a small dome near Bremen in northwestern Germany. And there was the idea, couldn't that be somehow integrated or employed during Centennial celebrations? Now, it cannot be moved as it seems, so it cannot be present in Jena or Munich, but it is possible to visit this place, certainly. So the idea would be to perhaps come up with a travel guide, not as a really published book, but just a kind of information collection website on the Centennial website, perhaps. What are the historically relevant sites in Germany if you want to visit more than just Jena or Munich? Just an idea at this point. So, well, thank you again, Martin Kraus. And with this, we can move into, well, yeah, actually, according to the schedule, the discussion of some topics that, after in the first half of the meeting, we presented all the projects and all the progress that they already made, and all the products that are already there, and all the initiatives that we ask you to participate in, like submit your submissions to the Arts and Design Contest, to the grant openings, and others. Now we would like to discuss with you some items that are already mentioned in the first part. And one of them is the idea, and also closely related to what we just heard, of having an annually celebrated Day of Planetariums, Birthday of Planetariums, on May 7th. Another one is the topic of what local activities could take place. What activities, what presentations could an individual planetarium offer to the public on such a special day or for other occasions? And these are related to each other, of course. The question is, how do we bring this Planetarium Day to life? That is one question. Another topic for more discussion can be or should be also how to, let me put up my slide again, share my screen if I can. So this is just once more what I showed at the end of the first part. Those topics, not to limit ourselves to those, but which I think are most important to move forward. How do we bring this Day of Planetariums to life? First and second of these items. And last item, how do we achieve that all our activities are reported in the biggest possible way in the media? Like, how can we feature the planetariums heavily in large magazines and on other very prominent places in the media? And with this, I would propose to actually collect ideas and discuss. And we have prepared for this a, where is it, a Padlet link. So if you can, Ryan just posted it. Thank you, Ryan, for assisting and being an important part of all this. So here we go. It is a Padlet page. I don't know if you're familiar, but you can add comments and thoughts by clicking on the plus sign. If you open the page on the plus sign at the lower right, and then click somewhere else and place your note there. And of course, we can still use the chat in Zoom, but yeah, maybe it might be useful to use this Padlet link as well. It will serve as a discussion forum also. So with this, I would ask, oh, what do we have? Oh yeah, thank you, Michael. That's what it looks like. And do you want to post a sample comment just to show how easy it is? Yeah. Also related to the question, well, I just mentioned the first, second, and last of my items. The third item was Voices of Celebrities, one of the projects that we presented the first half of the meeting. The plan is to collect statements, positive statements, of well-known prominent persons, politicians, famous scientists, show business stars, movie stars, others that are well-known, about the planetariums, and thus increase public interest and so on, resulting then later on in a edited roll of comments that can be played by planetariums around the world to their audiences. Related to this is, of course, the question of ambassadors of the Centennial. As I presented, we will have one patron of the Centennial, which is highly likely, almost certainly going to be our federal president of Germany, Mr. Steinmeier. But in addition to this, we plan to have, as we mentioned, additional ambassadors, other persons who can represent the Centennial in their respective communities. Also well-known persons, and this of course is closely related to also having their voices and recording their voices. So, ideas for ambassadors. Thank you, Ryan, for posting it. Jill Tarter, the famous SETI astronomer, is our first ambassador, but not by rank, just by temporal order. So there were many more suggestions for persons we might contact to represent the Centennial. A very diverse list of suggestions from movie actors and actresses like Jodie Foster or Zendaya, to like business people like Elon Musk, which I'm almost skeptical about, like as representative for the Centennial, on to, well, other celebrities. So fire away. Do you have ideas who you think would be the best representative for the Centennial? Okay, now I'm just reading the comments, and now I hope this will not be a silent meeting because we're all just reading the comments on the board. But please also speak up. We have the voice channel open too. Otherwise, I will be the moderator by just reading out and commenting on the postings. But I don't know if that's the best approach to this. So connections to ISA and JAXA is one comment. Yes, ISA was here with us in the incarnation of Kai Nöske, already offering their support. I mean, at least with factual assistance. Well, Brazilian ambassador, someone writes, the ambassadorship, if that's a word, could be by country, but does not have to be. But yes, an ambassador from, it does make a lot of sense. So sister galaxies, that's an interesting point. Associating cities with sister galaxies. Interesting. The mayor or his cultural aide gets to pick the sister galaxy. The maps, very good comment, map Centennial events on an interactive map on the web page. This is actually in preparation. Marketing agency CGW, sorry, who is working on the website with us, is already busy preparing exactly this feature. So there will be later on a submission form of sorts to register or to submit your events for display on a map, interactive map on the Centennial website. So yes, this is already in preparation. Reenactment of planetarium shows is another great idea, which is actually a perfect idea to enrich the celebrations on the day of planetariums. So this needs to be on our list. And just as a reminder, we have the grant openings. So if you require some funding to pursue this idea, maybe to acquire historic costumes, or, well, it might not be enough for a historic star projector, then this can help, I think. And I definitely would love to see a reenactment of historic planetarium shows, not just happening in one dome, hopefully made known to us so we can all travel there and see it, but also made available as a kind of, well, experience to recreate at other planetariums later on. That's a great addition. And astronauts are, of course, valuable, so every country that has an astronaut could make him or her an ambassador. Well, thank you for comments so far. I'm just a little bit sad that I'm the only one speaking at the moment. If you think I do it too well, I will just continue, but it's not necessary. Grassroots ambassadors. Could you expand on that, please? Explain. Speak up and explain.
Yeah, NASA has a group of ambassadors all across the country, and they're not necessarily with planetarium folk. There are a bunch of planetarium folk in there. But if we're talking about not celebrities, but more grassroots and local efforts, they're a great place to start.
That's a great idea. How might this play out? I have to admit, I'm not familiar with the NASA solar system ambassador ideas. So how to empower them to be ambassadors?
Yeah, they each have obligations to do educational outreach events, and so you just contact your local one and say, would you be interested in signing up as a Planetarium Centennial ambassador too? And you can give them resources, presentation materials, whatever you want to give them to spread the word.
Yes, that's good. So thank you for all those comments. Let's think a bit also about media relations. We are still looking for contacts and for people who could actively help us getting in touch with those media companies or publications where we might want to see the Planetarium Centennial presented in a publication. So we had earlier discussed that National Geographic would be a natural, well, in a way, place to see planetariums or to see a report published about the Centennial. But maybe there are better ideas, additional ideas. Of course, we could now just try to have a publication in every magazine that we can think of. But of course, we have to focus our energies a little bit. What do you think are internationally, well, would be the best, channels that we should at least try to have a publication in? And of course, I'm asking for contacts. That's the point. Yep, Scientific American. Not aware if they have ever published on planetariums. It's commented in the chat by Ryan. Yeah, the Astronomy magazine. Oh, we have a sudden enlightenment event here. For publications, I personally would think that maximum reach is the metric here that we want to optimize. Like, where can we place or convey the message? Planetariums have changed; they're more modern than you might think, to the broadest possible audience, because that's the mission of the Centennial, to reach people that normally are not reached by anything planetarium. So Astronomy magazine is a little bit close, or Planetary report, anything scientific is perhaps, sorry. Magazines in airplanes, that's a good point. Magazines on trains is one thing that was something that we want to focus on in GDP, because that's a thing in Germany. But I don't know about other countries. So magazines and airplanes, definitely so, yes. Actually, there was the idea in GDP that one might try to engage in a collaboration with Lufthansa, the German airline, with trying to have a plane, Centennial branded, painted. But, well, so far, no success on this. So 1953 article, thanks Ryan. That's old enough to be renewed or to be retried. Interesting. I'm opening it up now and having a look at it. So, I cannot read it. It's a paywall. Anyway, so if you have contact or information to any of those magazines beyond the simple idea, then let us know, because that is what we are actually both looking for at the moment, contacts that can open the door for us to those editorial boards or persons at those magazines. What else is there on the board? Oh yeah, publications to approach. And what do we have in the lower left corner? Can I check it myself? Heliophysics year. Interesting. Oh yeah, Bjorn suggests in the chat kind of, well, not a kind of, but a Netflix production about planetariums. Well, we were thinking about a documentary production, TV, this might be something also featured on a platform such as Netflix. Otherwise, anyone with contact to filmmakers who could be even more creative. So, one completely different thing to throw out into the discussion room, not in order to confuse you, but just to add more areas to the discussion. Professional development events. We will have the IPS 2024 conference in the middle of the Centennial timeframe, and that will be the big revolving thing when it comes to our interaction with each other. Planetarium technology, presentation forms, formats of new presentations, and other matters. What else is there? So today, here in Montreal, or not today, but tomorrow, will be the Immersa meeting. So question going out to other organizations, what can be their, or what is their view of the Planetarium Centennial? I'm thinking about Immersa, obviously. I'm thinking about LIPS, thinking about other organizations involving planetarium persons. And they, of course, have not been there for 100 years. But, for example, the reenactment of a planetarium show as it was, could that be a LIPS project? Or am I thinking in a completely strange direction? Well, actually, a question by or comment by Patty. Well, it was not. Well, there was a human presenter in 1923, wielding the magic light arrow. That for sure. So it was, in a way, at least not a recorded, narrated show, which could be recreated as such. Yeah. So well, I guess we could, or we should, leave this Padlet board open. Well, I mean, yeah, of course, to collect further comments. Is there anything else that I didn't realize that we should discuss a little bit more? I'm reading through all comments once more. We will definitely engage with all planetarium vendor companies, as they're called, Minolta, Goto, and others. So, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, of course, Zeiss has been a major contributor in all regards. But a very latest news item from just this morning is that also RSA Cosmos, another planetarium company, will be, with high probability, a sponsor of the Centennial. And there are more planetarium vendor companies who certainly are most welcome supporters. So large, there is the idea to have large-scale art that celebrates the Centennial and which can be seen from space or from Google, by Google. That's very interesting. How can we achieve this? Paint the desert. It's easier to achieve on the moon once we can get there. Special social media handles for the Centennial, excellent question. Not yet, but to be done, absolutely so. So far, we're posting everything that there is to post on GDP and IPS channels. And the original thinking was that once the Centennial starts, we would introduce its own social media channels. However, thinking now was, why wait? The same was the thinking about the website, Centennial website. The website being targeted towards Planetarium persons and likely supporters, sponsors, until the Centennial starts, and only then refocusing it, rebuilding it, targeting the general public, which is maybe not the best strategy. So we are like changing or adding to the website even now. The mentioned interactive map of events is not yet there, but it's going to be added soon. Other features are already there, the history timeline on the website. Go and check it out. So why not social media also? And we definitely need someone in the Centennial group who can be our scout and leader for social media activities. So about all these things, what else? So I don't know if this is the optimum format, me reading your comments and commenting, but Planetarium, where is it? Planetarium? Yes, that's amazing. It's a little like an improvement on this Planetarium travel guide idea. Yeah, a planetarium pilgrimage. So well, I might say thanks for all your comments. Since this is a very quiet discussion, I am wondering if... Yes, of course. Well, I've never experienced such a very quiet discussion, but it's not bad. Thank you for all the contributions so far. And we are approaching, I think, the deadline or whatever of the conference as we had planned it. Thanks for all contributions. We don't have to finish at this point, but I guess for some of you it is getting quite late. And should you want to continue with additional ideas, then please feel free to speak up. Sorry? Yeah, okay. So the Padlet will be there, well, forever? For some time. We might even post the link on the Centennial website so people can check it, add something later on. It can be our open channel for suggestions. And Jack Dunn just writes in the chat that he has a contact to Sky and Telescope and to what is NPR again? National Public Radio. Say again? That was 3 of you saying it at the same time.
National Public Radio.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Great teamwork there. Thank you. So these are the contacts that we need, and this is what we need to follow up on. So thank you for all contributions. I don't want to close the discussion, but we might just continue with adding to the Padlet. If there are additional ideas, please come back tomorrow and post on the Padlet. It will be read. And we will we will continue to work on the website and develop those pages for each individual project, and we'll post all information that comes in new on the Centennial website. Let me bring it up once more for you by sharing my screen. Do I still have it somewhere? I'm sorry for. Please hold on. Yep, here we go. So just as a final remark, the Centennial website again. And here we are with, again, as I mentioned earlier, the history page, something to check out if you haven't seen it yet. If you are not from a German or English-speaking country, please feel free to check the automatic translation that we are currently providing for your language and improve it if it should be as funny as I fear it might be. And then we have the project pages here, which are going to be our hub for all activities. So just to summarize again, on some of these pages, we just have the information about the project as it continues. For example, the UNESCO campaign. There it's written that we are recognized as cultural heritage in the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia and aspire to be world heritage activities. But on other sites, we have important interaction tools, like, for example, for the, where is it? Well, as I mentioned earlier, this one needs to be renamed. Contest pages, there is the form to, oh, I cannot, fortunately. Yeah. So we have the, just to explain, right, we have an introductory text for each project, and then below it we will have project news, and everything that's new will be a news item here. So the Fulldome, the contest submission form here is found in the news item. You can read up on the requirements and then submit your entry. Same for many other projects. If I look at it again, then we will have, for example, for the Fulldome show, once it is finished, the option to download it on that page, as we already have for the Fulldome trailer. The download links are on the page. For the Domecasting series, the events and details will be there once we know them. The poster exhibition needs to be prepared. Maybe my final question to you, who is on the team to help prepare the poster exhibition? This will be available for download in this point. Links and information to have the book for sale in your planetarium gift shop will be here on this page. So this will really be the place to look for about every single project. So after these great discussions and this great feedback that we had from all of you today, we will add to all these areas with additional news items to check out. And the next thing that should happen and will happen is that also we need a newsletter for the Centennial, which will basically be a push communication of all those news items that are also here on the website. And for this, maybe just as a very final remark, we are preparing mailing lists to sign up to. And this is something that we would want to communicate initially to all planetariums in the world by mailing to them. So one activity that GDP is busy with is to compile an address list, email list of planetariums in the world. And if you can help us with this, if you are an affiliate, if you have an address list of the planetariums in your, affiliate region, it would be a great help to us. So please, in this case, email to me. It would be a great help to all of us if you could help us with your address data to, and allow us to directly reach your member planetariums. Not your members, but your member planetariums. So just the public information, nothing else that we ask for. Well, with this, let me stop my screen share again. And, are there additional interesting news on the Padlet in the meantime? Just as a final look before we close. Well, I don't even have it open. Does anyone? So, thanks all of you for your contributions. Thanks for being here. Thanks for, well, staying long. Check out the website, as Patty wrote in the chat. Thank you. And also, as I mentioned, let me bring up, it's important, I have to do it. Let me bring up one final time this slide that I showed at the end of the first part, explaining or just highlighting what can I do, how can I participate, contribute. Here we go. Sorry. No, it is late. It is late. It is late after flying to Montreal yesterday. So, one more screen share, last screen share of this meeting. How can my planetarium participate? Some of you did see it already. Download the trailer now and present it in context of your special events. Sign up for the educational package and support the Centennial in this way. Download the show once it's ready. Okay, it has some time, but put it into your calendar, October 2023. The book, as I mentioned, The Day of Planetariums, we will send more information on that. And of course, participate in our projects where you can already now submit on the website your submissions for the art and design contest, for the grants for local projects that IPS is offering. And of course, as I said, and I say it again, we need active support to help us create the poster exhibition. That has to happen before October next year, to prepare the Domecasting events, and to collect these voices from the public or the not-so-public celebrities. And most importantly, language versions, as I mentioned briefly, not just of the website, but also of the trailer. On the trailer side, the information on how to download the basic files to create language versions, well, even without my involvement or our involvement, are there. And later on, show poster exhibitions and so much more. With this, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating until the very end. And see you again in the next Centennial meeting. We will keep you informed. And well, good day, good night, good morning, whatever, to all of you. Goodbye.